What is going on? What up, people? Oh, get all this sorted. Extra drinks, so I don't have to get up unless I actually have to go. It's been a really weird day today. Alright, those are there. My coffee and my Xbox mug is here. Did I have my tablets today? I don't know. I don't think so. I think I might have missed them again. That's not good. I never remember taking my tablets. My wife does that for me because I'm really bad. All right, let's see. Let's see if I'm gonna get this right the first time. Askaboom! Let's go. We got it. 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 How's it going, folks? How is it? It finally did start getting hard. I told you, buddy. I mean, some can argue Monster Hunter itself is like a, you know, a Souls-like game. Because if you fight Kirin, Kirin's an absolute pig. I hate Kirin. Or what was the other one? There's a flame one as well that looks like a chimera. I forgot what it's called. It's an annoying piece of shit. But it is it does the rounds. But I am awesome. I've had a good day at work today, even though it was a long and arduous day. I had a good day. PS5 in the lounge. I like it. Well, PS5 blows. But otherwise, how is everyone? Gaming. Hey. Is that the Gaming T Trush? Did you change your name? Gaming S Rush? From Gaming T Rush? You see, I noticed these details. I noticed them. Oh my god, there is not a single wind blowing outside. This is unfortunate. On multiple different levels. I need to call for aid. Aid! Haha, my fan. It still lives. How did 16 go? I was told there was half an hour left in the game. 2.5 hours later, I think there was another 2.5 hours left in the game. So we moved over to Fallout, where I got instantly demonetized because of the opening music. But everyone laughed at me on Fallout because I had no idea what I was doing or where I was going or how to use the Pip-Boy. And, you know, I didn't actually go today looking for a Pip-Boy. I mean, I totally did, but no one really needs to judge me for that. I really want a Pip-Boy. Them things look absolutely cool. But we've got quite a bit of news today, and I've got a few videos that people have been posting in my Discord to react to. I haven't been reacting to them on videos, but I'm thinking we can react to some of them on stream today. Uh, I think I've read somewhere that it's already been greenlit. Your iPhone is a pit boy? What'd you do? Jailbreak it? But, man, look, all I'm going to say is this, right? When The Last of Us TV show came out, and it followed the games, and it followed the story, and everyone enjoyed it, the games, the Last of Us games, they started selling a lot. And Jim Ryan personally came out and made the comment saying how their sales went up by a lot. Fallout comes and delivers a very lore accurate TV series that's actually very good. And you got people like me now playing Fallout and buying Fallout. You know, I've already got them on Xbox, but I bought them on Steam as well, so I can play it on my Steam Deck. And this is why Xbox needs a handheld. This craze about the handhelds is going out of control. And it is amazing how now every decision I make, when I'm purchasing a game, can I play it on my Steam Deck? Does it actually run? I don't care if it's 30 FPS, because it's the Steam Deck. But does it run? And if it does, that actually is a factor in me deciding where I'm buying my games now. Now, can you imagine how many people like me there are out there? Probably free. But those free people would love that Xbox handheld. I'm not covering any of the TV show, by the way, Zrogdal. Not covering anything. I know people are still watching it. All I'm going to say is that it is a phenomenal show, and you're going to enjoy it. And I enjoyed it without having zero knowledge of Fallout. Well, that's a lie. I have some knowledge of it, but not to the extent, of some of you. My knowledge of Fallout, it goes as far as the main plotline in the games, where you have to go find your dad, your kid, or something along those lines. You're always searching for someone. And then you go out, forget what you need to do in the game, and go gambling at New Vegas. So, definitely a thing. I mean, the problem with a Skyrim adaptation is that which way would they go? Which way would they go? There's so many different ways that they could go with Skyrim, Oblivion. It's hard for them to do those games. I read that Ella Purnell is going to be in the Bioshock TV show. People are wanting her to be in the Bioshock TV show. I mean, they couldn't do Starfield anyway. I mean, how are they going to do the planets? Randomly generated. Outside of the first 8, they can't do anymore. Now, Todd did say no, but as we know, money talks, demand talks, and with the success of Fallout, it's very clear that, people are going to want to do more. The problem with Todd Howard is that he's running out of time. No, he's not dying, but he's running out of time on what he wants to do. And even something like Fallout, the TV series, it consumes a lot of his time because he's part of the direction team. He's there giving his oversight on the project. So it does consume a lot of what he's doing. He's also, overseeing and directing Fallout 5 and Elder Scrolls 6, which are his last 2 babies before he retires. So it's a massive undertaking. And with Fallout 2 already greenlit, from what we've hearing, it's just too much for one person to handle. Bioshock would be a cool show, but I don't think Todd will actually do it. Someone else might. But they could show that you can't land on a cash. Come on, Scarlett. Why you gotta do him dirty like that, man? It's too early. I mean, he does ask for it. Uh-oh. I've just been invaded. Wait there. It's not there, no. Bye. You wanna come and say hello? No. Wait, who has 800 million employees? What is better, The Last of Us or Fallout? I think I preferred Fallout overall. It had less bloat. There was a couple of, I think there was like maybe overall 1.5 to 2 episodes worth of bloat for The Last of Us, which I think took away from the overall series. I understand why he did it, and he has his reasons. I really don't care for those from Neil Druckmann. As a consumer of watching something that has played the games and loves the games and enjoyed the games, I feel like his decision in about 2 episodes worth, in my opinion, actually cost the viewers entertainment. Whereas Fallout, it was just a fun show. Even if you didn't know anything, you enjoyed it. It's one of the few series that's based on a video game that my wife actually enjoyed watching with me. She was eager to find out what happened next. I don't know. I think the actual Last of Us is good, and I gave Last of Us probably a 9 out of 10. I think at the time, but Fallout I gave a 9.5. Honestly, that episode, and I don't want this to be taken out of context, but that episode with Bill and I think it's Barry, that took away a lot of the comedy moments, the banter and feud that Ellie and Barry had. I think his name was Barry. It could have been Bill. I can't remember. But if you've played the games, you'll know what I mean. And I was kind of looking forward to that banter to see how it happened, how they actually recreated that. Is Bill. I wanted to see how they recreated it because I remember those moments vividly in the games, and they were really well scripted and really well done. And because of that full scene that they did, that full episode, that really ultimately had no real impact to the story. It didn't really change anything. We lost out on stuff. And for that, I think it just wasn't needed. The DLC as well, I think they could have done that as a separate episode or a separate mini-series. They could have spaced it out much better, I think, and given it more justice rather than giving it one episode only. So that's where I lost it a point. It's not a lot. It lost half a point for each because I still did enjoy those episodes, but that's where it lost half a point each. For Fallout 4, for Fallout the TV series, it lost half a point because some areas were a bit bloated for no reason. It almost felt like they run out of ideas to finish the episode, but didn't want to end it at 55 minutes and then decided we're going to add 10 minutes of bloat in there just to push it along, or 5 minutes of bloat just to push it along to that 1 hour mark. And I don't think it needed it. I mean, one of the episodes was 49 minutes and it was perfectly fine. Some episodes felt like it was just dragging an extra few minutes. And you don't ever want that when you're watching something. You don't want it to feel like it's dragging. So it lost half a mark there. But that's me nitpicking and being a critique. So that was me. I mean, Ellie was calling him a fat prick. It was good, man. The way she would come out when he said, I'm gonna... If it was down to me, I'd clap you around the phone and say, yeah, you come and touch me, you fat prick. It was good. Fallout 5? No. No. I mean, you might see a title, right? You might see a title and you might see, the power suit, and that's it. I mean, we know Fallout 5 is coming, so they might have like a 10-second tease, but it's not going to be anything. You're not going to see any in-game stuff, nothing. But, this just shows, how good, as I was saying, this just goes to show that how good a TV series can push, when it's done right, sales. Like, I've never been a huge Fallout fan, right? Everyone knows this. You hardly ever see me talking about it. I picked up the games on Xbox, and then I went and picked up on Steam as well, because I want to play them wherever I can, so I can get through them, hopefully before 2027. But they've already hit the top 10. All 4 of them. Even Fallout 76. Which is free right now if you've got Amazon Prime, by the way. If you've got Amazon Prime, you can get the Xbox and the Windows Store version for free. I hate Maximus with a passion. I think it's not that I hated him. I just think they picked the wrong person for him. I don't think he did it right. I don't think he was the right person. Then again, that white dude, which I forgot the name of, the one that he was tagging along with him, I couldn't take him seriously because he's from... what show is it? Cloud Supermarket, I think it's called. His name was Bo. I couldn't take him seriously. Anyone that's seen that TV series will know. The store's owner, the manager, was a guy called Glenn. I think it's called Cloud 9. Cloud Supermarket 9, something like that. It's a really funny sitcom about a shopping store. But yeah, he plays in there as an idiot, and he kind of plays the same role here. Couldn't take him seriously. But this is what I mean. Like, none of those defects detracted from the show. It didn't bother me enough to make me annoy it. But I'm getting to my actual point now. Where's Halo? Surely the directors of Halo now have to sit down, or even Microsoft has to sit down and realize that people are not happy with the Halo series. Season 2 was better, I'll give it that. But there's clear precedence now between The Last of Us and Fallout, showing a massive, uprising in sales for your games when the show is done right. Halo did not have anything. I don't even think I think if anything, the Halo TV series moved the needle the other way. And that's the point I wanted to make. And, what do you think? Cyberpunk the anime is another one. The anime was so good, it drove people to the game. Isn't Halo Legends designed for people that have played the game, though? So you can't. I mean, see, I kind of expect that to a certain point, Cesano. These series should be made for people that do enjoy the games, right, and do know the games. I mean, that's who you're making them for. They shouldn't be making these for Tom, Dick, and Harry. They're making these series for those that are interested, for those that are Halo fans. And there's a lot of them out there. So, I don't know. I just feel like they messed up with Halo. That whole Kessler storyline, the kid, 4 episodes just for him in Season 2. Like, just kill him off already. No one cares. Like, literally, who cared? I was like 9 episodes that had little to do with each other. I mean, they followed a story for... Oh, you mean the Legends? Yeah. There were isolated episodes. I don't think they were linked in any way, shape, or form. Legends is all short stories. It's all short stories. But yeah, so this is really cool to see Fallout 4 up top. It actually knocked Helldivers 2 off its perch. That's how many people bought Fallout 4. But those sales that are going on right now, even if you don't want to play it right now, it's kind of worth picking up if you don't have Game Pass. Or if you want to get it on Steam. You know, £2 a game. That's a good deal, man. That's a good deal. And each one of these are like 50 hours each. In terms of length, well, 25 to 50 hours each. It's worth it. Pulling the Predator and other film media, even doing stuff from Appleseed and Ninja Scroll. Appleseed was good. I remember Appleseed. I think the blame for the Halo TV series sits with Paramount. I believe they were the ones making the shots. No, they were not. Well, it was the director. See, for The Last of Us, the people that were making the series, they loved the games. If you heard the screaming, I'm really sorry. That's my neighbor losing his shit for football. I'm guessing there's a football game going on right now in the Champions League, so someone must have scored. But anyway, back on thing before I was knocked off. The director of Tilu loved the video games. The director of Fallout loved the Fallout games. The director of Halo decided that he's not going to play Halo. He's not going to look at any of the resource material for Halo, and doesn't want anyone working with him or her that has played Halo. They're a West Ham fan, so that explains it. Right? So, can you see the difference between the 3 series? Loves Tilu, loves Fallout. If you played Halo, you are not on the team. They pretty much pulled the BioWare with Anthem. It didn't work for Anthem. It ain't gonna work for Halo. The key to making a good adaptation is to pay attention to the source material? Unheard of. You're crazy. I know, right? What can I say? Not just big brains for nothing. Jeez. But yeah, I mean, so you'd think for Halo Season 2 they'd learn from their mistake. But look. They did fix one thing in Halo Season 2. Right? And none of you can complain about this. Okay? None of you can. See, in Season 1, a lot of you complained that Master Chief took his helmet off and he spent more time in the series in Season 1 with the helmet off than on. And a lot of you were upset about this, including myself, to be fair. We did not like it. We did not appreciate it. We wanted true Halo. So in Season 2, they fixed that. They made sure that he just wasn't wearing the suit the entire time this time. They just took the suit away. Like, literally, shipped it away from Reach and spent the next 5 episodes without a suit. No, like, what? You didn't like Master Chief without the helmet? We got you, bro. We got you. Season 2. My dude don't even have a suit no more. But Joshua, I'm about to tell you something that's gonna... I don't know, you might even get offended by this. I was, personally. My brother, who's not a big gaming fan, right? He's not a big gaming fan. Like, he has consoles for his kids, and he used to love games when he was younger, but he hasn't really played games for the past 15 years. He actually would rather watch Halo Season 1 and 2, and he is not a Halo fan, and said that that was a much better series than the Last of Us TV series. I almost threw my food when we was at the restaurant across my table to his face. I was this close. That is disowning material right there. Like, that's the type of thing you tell someone before you do the biggest bullshit breakup, because it could never get that bad. You know, that's the point where you pick up that plate full of, you know, barbecue ribs, and you just make sure you take the ribs off. It's full of sauce, and you just fling it across. Faceplant. Oh, they're making bank right now. And that's it, Joshua. That's it. Because there are more people like him than there are you and me. And that's it. There are more people like him, the normies, than there are of you and me. So if the normies are really enjoying it and sitting down and watching it and loving it, honestly, they don't care. Because they're still being watched and they're still getting the revenue. For everyone that watches it, they get revenue, right? That's the point. That's the point, Cheese. The only people that like the Last of Us show are the people that enjoyed the video games. The only people that like the Halo TV series is the people that didn't play Halo or doesn't like playing video games. So far, Fallout is liked by people that did like the video game series, except for the New Vegas fans who somehow became misguided, and the non-gaming fans. So Fallout has hit the perfect spot, because everyone fell in love with the main character, and with the ghoul. They did a really good job with those two. And, well, I don't want to get into it anyway, because there are people in the chat that haven't seen it, so I'm not going to go into details, but they did a really good job with those two characters, and they appealed. No, Cheeseworks. Only the people that mattered in the industry liked it. There's a difference. A lot of people that I speak to did not enjoy Tilu. At all. But hey, if anyone saw me playing Fallout 3 last night, goddamn, I was like a pro. I was like Clint Eastwood. I was running through that trying to figure out which way I'm going and being directionally challenged like there was no tomorrow. I was playing like a true... Well, I'm not going to say the word because it's... It might get me in trouble on YouTube. Yeah, you missed some... You missed specials. You missed how someone can... I think it was Mastodon, Meteon, whatever that place was called. The first town that you come across after the rundown town, where the first settlement. We finally got there once we left 101, and that place was a nightmare to navigate. Like a nightmare. Megaton, that's it. And everyone was laughing at me. Look, it's not my fault there is no compass in the game. Maybe there should be a mod for that. You ever think about that? Oh, Fallout 1 and 2 is not happening. I've seen people playing that. No way. Oh, did you leave? And then you was like, it's a good thing I wasn't there. Taking meds to avoid crossing muscles. Haven't. I mean, I've not been a big Fallout fan, honestly. I've not. I'll tell you what it is. I've always loved the concept of Fallout, right? Because I love a post-apocalyptic setting, which is basically what Fallout is. It's one of the reasons why I like The Last of Us, right? That setting, that post-apocalypse setting, where everything is run down, destroyed, civilization has been pretty much brought to its knees and is trying to survive. That is my ideal setting, be it movies, be it gaming, anything. That is literally my favorite genre. That is my favorite genre. So Fallout, or like games like Metro, would fall into that straight away. But Fallout, apparently, well, when I was playing, looking at it previously, someone told me that building settlements and building homes and stuff like that is a huge part of that game. And that really put me off, because I hate building stuff like that in a video game. I just don't like it. I just don't like that sort of thing. It's one of the reasons why I didn't enjoy Palworld as much as I wanted to. Because the whole thing evolves around you building a settlement. And I don't want to build a settlement. I just want to play a game. If I want to build a settlement, it's called a real-life simulator. I'm doing it right now when I'm building a family and trying to maintain it by working. I don't want to be reminded of that when I'm playing video games. Ah, see, Leaf there with a clutch. That mod is definitely coming in. Yeah, see, Cheese, that was never told to me. They told me it was always a part of the world. But, you know, these numbers don't tell a lie, right? These numbers do not tell a lie. I can see that, Cheese. I can see that. But hey, the good thing is, Cheese, I get to play them with mods now. And the mods, I mean, yesterday when I played it, Yes, I didn't activate the mods. There was actually a section in Vortex that says enable mods and I didn't click it. Not my fault. Blame someone else. Clearly, Leafstorm didn't tell me what I needed to do to make sure they were activated. So if you want to blame someone, you can blame Leafstorm Blaze. Totally throwing him under the bridge for that one. But I did go back in and see what if things were activated, and they were active. I have activated them now. But it makes the game look so much better. You didn't know? You have to actually go into the mod section after you've installed everything to actually enable them. Wait! Hold your horses! Is there actually a 2B mod for Fallout? Nah, you're kidding, right? That's Fallout 4. But these aren't Fallout 3, these are Fallout 4. I am disappointed. You lied to me. That's 2 people lying to me now. Look, what you need to do is you need to find that mod. That game will stay in... it's 4. Okay, so when I get to Fallout 4, that mod is happening. Wait, I was wrong? I was wrong about what? What was I wrong about? Lost, what was I wrong about? Also, welcome back, dude. Haven't seen you in a while. Loads of mods that add different character models. Yeah, but, you know... I did check Nexus previously. What numbers are Overwatch doing? Who talks about Overwatch? When was the last time anyone spoke about Overwatch? I mean, so, okay, outside of this dude, let's see, hi to low. So once this dude disappears, that's your numbers for Overwatch. That to me is a yikes. It's number 7 on the PS Store behind Helldivers. That just tells you how much no one is playing Helldivers, not how good Overwatch 2 is. That's not the win you was hoping for, buddy. That is not the win that you was hoping for. That's just telling you how bad it's doing. There are no games right now for any platform to be playing outside of Final Fantasy VII and Helldivers. Netflix just cancelled The Witcher. What? Well, actually, I'm not surprised. After Henry Cavill left, that show went downhill like crazy. So let's see. Where is it? Where is Overwatch? All right. So if we go in here, so what was the other Overwatch I found? Overwatch 1 and 2. Okay. Wait, Overwatch 1 servers are still up? Look, are you playing Overwatch Lost? Is anyone in my chat, I know there's only 40 of you in here, but is anyone right now in chat actually actively playing Overwatch? Simple question, just a yes or no answer will suffice. So we have one. I'm not surprised that he's going to say yes, but is anyone else actually playing it? Okay, so the only one that's actually playing it is the one that actually came in to say that I was wrong. Is it available on Steam charts? So it has less players right now than Fallout 4. How can I be biased? It's, wait. Overwatch is a BioWare game, right? Battle.net. Do we have numbers? Based on the information provided to us by an active player, Overwatch currently averages 3 million players each day, with 24 million players logging in over the past few days. That's actually not a bad player number per day. $24 is not bad. When was this? 2023. That's actually not a bad number. More than I thought it would be. Exp 101,000 playing Fallout 4 at the moment. Just explain how number 7 is dead game. What's below it? And when I say a dead game, you know I'm not talking about like it's on life support. Just no one's interested. No one talks about it. No one wants to know. That's actually really, really surprising. That is really surprising. Lords of Fallen, Jesus. I forgot that game existed. Look, Lost, do you want to see a thriving game? Do you actually want to see a thriving game? Oh wait, we can't actually see those numbers anymore. That's a shame. Live stream? Oh, you're streaming. Also, by the way, chat, does anyone know anything happening with Minecraft? I know it's weird that I'm asking you this question, but I didn't get a chance to follow up with my source today. But they mentioned something regarding Minecraft is happening very soon. They're doing some stuff for Minecraft. I don't know what it is. I have no idea what it is, and this was all part of like advertising. They were getting some stuff ready where I work, part of where I work, but I never got a chance to follow it up today, so I'm gonna try and follow that up tomorrow. But yeah, I heard something is happening with Minecraft. No worries, Lost. And Lost, that's fair. It's not dead. I'll take that back. It's just not thriving. But if it's doing better than FIFA, then it's doing better than what I expected it to do. So I'll take that L. I'll own it and I'll champion it. When I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I know a Minecraft movie is being made, but that's not due for release for a while, right? Do you want to face me and Naruto online the game? Huh? Oh, is that the new? Is that Battle Royale one? I've seen it a few times. Not my cup of tea. Warframe? It's not doing bad. Look, I'm just going to say this. There are companies that would kill for having a 50,000 daily player base. Right? Those are still good numbers. People say they're bad. They're not bad. And they've kept that pretty steady as well. It's had its few dips. I mean, November was really bad, but that was when it was having a really bad time. And then it kind of maintained that 40, 50k. So it's really good. MBG isn't shocked that Ronin failed. I mean, someone sent me a clip of saying that he is now an Xbox fan. No, the movie is in the works. I will definitely be... Look, any video game adaptation I'm watching. I didn't say I didn't like Naruto. I said I didn't like Battle Royale games. I don't mind them, to be fair, but I'm not a huge fan of them. What do you mean? My kids want to go see that and they don't even know it's happening yet. Wait. Sev? Sev? Oh, they can't hear me. Let me see. Let me see if I can... Sev John? Can you get Yuxa and come here for a second? Just a quick second. I'm just going to ask you guys a question. Let's see. Ultimate test, guys. One's 9 and the other one's 12. Come over here because you don't want to see in the camera. Where are you going?
Nowhere.
So why are you getting all dolled up for?
I'm not.
Making all that effort.
This is my hair from school.
Why have you ripped your top?
No, that's how the...
I know. Okay, kids. I have a question for you, right? I have a question for you. They are making a Minecraft movie. Do you guys want to go watch it?
No.
You don't want to?
Nope.
Yeah, but you're a weirdo anyway. What about you? I can't hear anything.
Yeah.
You want to? Okay. So we've got a 50% success rate. The weirdo doesn't want to watch it. The cool dude does want to watch it. Okay, bye-bye.
It's a Minecraft movie. What point is that?
You're going to get to see Steve.
What point is that? What, they're just going to do this? And then that's the end of the movie?
Yeah.
That's stupid.
But how do you know they're not going to go and fight the Ender Dragon?
But that's still stupid. Why would you make a Minecraft into a movie if it's a game?
Because they make minigame movies.
For real? For real? For real? For real?
The weirdo is a normie? Absolutely. You know, the one that's not in... That's super casual, not really into video games, just likes to watch stuff.
Yeah.
Did you? Yep. She owned it. She owned it. Whereas my younger kid, my 9-year-old, He's a gamer. All right. Story number. As we move along, did anyone know this about Blade? Now, obviously, I don't know if this is. I think this is referring to the actual movie rather than the actual. I don't know if this is probably referring to the movie anime series, but Blade will reportedly be set in modern day MCU and will tie into the Midnight Suns project. Blade, Wolverine, waifu. Oh, Blade is definitely coming for the next gen console. But that is a waifu if I've ever seen one. Although I don't get the horns. She doesn't need the horns. You know what? Wesley Snipes was a good Blade. I know people take the piss, but he was good, Wave. Magic is not a waifu. Hey, look. She a waifu. You can see she's a waifu. By the way, I guess she's going to turn into some kind of twisted four-legged dude with like 3 penises and something. You see, Digit knows, man. Digit knows. Digit knows. Digit, my boy, knows. Digit, my boy, knows. And I know nothing about this character at all. I know it's Shameless. I know about these 3. But, I mean, I know Magic. But these designs I don't recognize. Maybe it's the artwork. I mean, even Blade, to a certain extent, looks weird. If it wasn't for the fangs, I probably would, and the shades, I probably wouldn't have recognized them either. I didn't. That is Ghost Rider. This one I recognize. Ghost Rider, Wolverine, they're iconic. Blade, take the shades away and the fangs, and he could be anyone. Next, someone's going to tell me that's Storm. Don't tell me that's Storm. That will hurt my soul. Now, I think Wesley Snipes was just right for the role. At the time, Mr. Demolition Man was perfect. I mean, that's it, right, Cheese? That's it. It's so impressive how we get, if the show does really well, it has a direct correlation on how the sales will go. What do you think of this? Oh, this wasn't the story I wanted. I picked up the wrong story, but we can go with this. PS6 will have a handheld version and the contracts are already signed at AMD. So Sony are jumping into handheld markets. They're following Xbox. Is there anything that they do that isn't copying Xbox? Infinity War, right? Like, given the history of your sources, I would not put any weight on it. Oh, right. Ain't these the guys that said the prolific insider Japan hates Xbox? The notorious insider. The one that's never wrong. Japan hates Xbox. I don't think they will ever be able to take that away. I actually enjoyed the latest Indiana Jones movie. They couldn't even make a proper PS5 Slim. How would a handheld PS6 even work? The PS6 Portable is legit. It will play PS4, PS5, PS6 games like the PS Portal that run the games. Don't you love it? Chat, seriously. Chat. Don't you love it when someone comes out like this and basically advertises themselves as a moronic tard? The fact that it says, like the PS Portal that runs games at 1080p 60 FPS. Okay, buddy. That straitjacket is coming for you. I mean, what can you say to that? That people still think that the PS Portal is playing native 1080p 60 FPS. We're going to get to him soon. But do these ponies not understand the difference between native and remote play? Do they really not understand the difference? Dude, they don't even know the difference between a remote play device and an actual native device, DMX. How much more proof do you need? I mean, this is not real. This is just weird. This is just weird. But hey, the one that I did want, which I didn't actually highlight because I am a donut. Wow, they do post a load of shit, don't they? No. Good lord. Alright, I'm not gonna find this. Where was it? What do you think of Sea of Thieves hitting 40 million? We'll look at that in a sec. Aha. With Xbox dead and Nintendo relegated, Sony is going after Steam next. They probably are, Susano. But they think that Sony is going to compete with Steam on the PC front. I mean, everyone needs a special person in their life, right? Everyone needs a special person. They do, right? Everyone needs that special one in their life. And it looks like Icon Era has finally found their special place. Because hey, Josh. I do know that hardware kits are with developers right now, but I don't know if that's the next gen kits, which doesn't sound like it. It should be the handheld kits. So I don't think that information is actually available yet. I mean, Ninty are just in a world of their own right now. They just can't do anything bad. These people smoking some heavy drugs that I think PlayStation can be. DRM free games? I don't know, I thought that was pretty funny. But 40 million players without PlayStation 5 version of the game. Not bad for a mid game, right? For a game that they all laughed at and stuff. Not bad. But man, I just don't get this. I mean, anyway, we're going to come back to this story in a little bit because we're going to go through some of that even more. But this one I just saw recently. I remembered it and I wanted to talk about it because 40 million players for a game that's supposedly mid is not bad. The rumored PlayStation 2024 showcase is shaping up to be way better than the 2023 showcase. I mean, it can't get worse than the 2023 showcase, right? It can't actually get worse. When you hit rock bottom for a showcase, it can't get worse. Ghost of Tsushima 2, I mean, that's going to be good. If they show that, that's a massive win. The new Astrobot, no one cares. New Bluepoint game, is that going to... No, I don't know what it is. Gravity Rush 2 Remaster could be cool. Because that's only available on PS3. So having an extra version of that could be decent. Medieval 2 Remake, I mean, people didn't care about the original Medieval, so why are they going to care about that? The new live service game from Bend could be hit or miss. More cinematic trailers for Death Stranding 2. Wolverine, we've already seen, and a lot of people have played that already. Spider-Man 2 DLC. Wait, Spider-Man 2 is getting a DLC? Or are we talking about Venom? For a modern version of Fallout, I recommend Wasteland 2 and 3. It's basically like the old Fallout, but more newer and easier to pick up and play. Oh, that's interesting, Leaf. Keep in mind how old Sea of Thieves is when looking at that number. They don't even need to show Ghost of Tsushima, just show Knack 3 and they automatically... Dude, look. No one can diss Knack. That game is game of the generation. Come on. Come on. How can you be dissing Knack? You know, I know you wasn't dissing Knack, but my dude wins Game of the Year all the time. Like, can you imagine anything topping this? Like, Spyro the Dragon, Crash Bandicoot, Halo, move aside. Knack is here to take you all on. There's no competition here. I'm now being attacked by bugs because I'm taking the piss too much. And look at it. You can go double Knack too. What is my game of the year right now? Oh, that's a difficult one. That's a difficult one. I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know. I haven't really enjoyed much of what's come out. I mean, Dragon's Dogma 2 is not my sort of thing, so that's definitely not it. Rise of the Ronin isn't for me. Well, it's a decent game, but not Game of the Year material. I'm not a beat 'em ups fan, so Tekken 8 isn't doing it for me. I've kind of grown out of beat 'em ups and just don't enjoy them anymore. I actually don't know. It's not Helldivers. That's a really difficult one because there's not much out this year so far. I'd probably have to go with... And this is controversial, right? This is going to be totally controversial, but this is right now, this second, as of up to date, this minute. It's either going to have to be The Lost Crown. It's either going to have to be The Lost Crown because I really enjoyed what I played and I want to continue going back to it. Or my biasness is going to kick in at some point and say Rebirth. But I haven't played enough of it right now to make a judgment because I'm still trying to get through 16. But it's going to bounce between those two. I didn't enjoy Palworld as much as everyone else did. It's not my thing. So I think it's going to be between those two. Chaos Game of the Years. Foam Stars. Go away! Not Foam Stars! Not Foam Stars, man! I don't even think Foam Stars has their Game of the Year as Foam Stars. But yeah, Lost Crown I think is going to be up there for me. It's not out yet, Leaf Storm. They're talking about games that are out right now. I mean, if we're talking about so far what we know of 2024, then it'll probably be Hellblade 2. Because I really enjoyed the first one. But they're talking about games that have released in 2024 and are available right now. Banishers I read was pretty decent. Can't count the Elden Ring DLC because it's DLC. You can't count Elden Ring DLC because it's not out yet. We're talking everything that's been out up until April the 18th, which is today. All games released in 2024 so far. Let's see. Wait, is that it? If anyone says remaster Tilio, I'll slap you. Is this right? No, these are old. No, these are accurate. Yeah. Oh no. He's back. He's back. Hey, look, Unleashed. Your buddy's getting decimated by Fallout 4, a 9-year-old game. Absolutely decimated. Destroyed. Vanquished. You think the reviews for Stellar Blade are going to be good? In this climate? Are you sure about that? Look, let me show you something. This was planned for later on, but I'll show it to you anyway. This is why I don't think Hellblade 2 is going to get the review you think it is, right? Hades 2 is already fixing the first game's biggest problem. I'm already impressed with Supergiant's commitment to improving body diversity in Hades 2. It's an Xbox game, dude. It's decimating what you've got. It's an Xbox game. But I love the fact that you're now bigging up an Xbox game on your platform. Because clearly there's no other game for you to big up on PlayStation. But when I see this, as it's bigging up, I mean, this is the biggest problem that Hades 2 had, apparently. So I think Taz is going to be really upset with this one. But that is, if this is the biggest problem that Hades had, Hades was a good game, right? What do you think they're going to say about Stellar Blade? Which is, in fairness, unfair, right? That game is going to get destroyed because of the main character. And it is totally unfair. But it's not going to get the reviews that people think it is. It is going to get review bombed by the media. And it's not fair, but it's going to happen. Like, I will be deadly surprised if that game hits 85. It's crazy. Star Wars Outlaws has a good chance. Hey, Unleashed, I tell you what. Let's have a little bet. £10. Right? It's not much. £10. I'm willing to bet you £10 in front of everyone here. There's 44 people. And they will hold me to my word. Someone clip this shit. If Stellar Blade wins Game of the Year, I will give you £10. You send me a PayPal address and I will send it to you. If it doesn't win Game of the Year, you give me £10. Deal? Is that a deal? Mate, you don't have 1 billion euros. Stop making silly gestures. Okay, deal. Good. Everyone's heard it here, right? Someone clip this shit. So it's there for records. Clip it. And if I'm wrong, I will pay up that £10. Easy. It's a little small sportsman bet. Adding a bit of, spice to it. $10 is easy for both sides. Zrog, there is no way that a game that's sexually depicting women in such a way is going to win Game of the Year. Jeff Keighley would never allow it, but I just won the easiest $10 of my career. Hellblade 2 has a much better chance of winning Game of the Year. Basically, the game which has the most diversity is going to win Game of the Year. I mean, Baldur's Gate 3 won Game of the Year because you had sex with a bear. That is literally the reason why it became so popular. I mean, when I was talking with friends at work, they literally turned around and said to me, "Dude, have you seen that game that lets you have sex with a bear?" That is literally how Baldur's Gate was known. And that is how it became popular, because everyone wanted to see the scene with some person having sex with a bear. I mean, to me, there was no way what is it? Baldur's Gate 3 deserved Game of the Year, but that's just my opinion, right? What do I know? For me, it was Alan Wake 2. Alan Wake 2 was my Game of the Year last year, and it should have won. Though I am a very, very big simp for Alan Wake. Like, that game is one of my favorite games of all time. The original, I mean, it wasn't. It's really weird because I remember the original, and the original was mind blowing. But it was mind blowing for different reasons. They changed the sequel so much. It was nothing like the original. But I kind of appreciate that as well, because the original was so unique in the way it told the story and the way it delivered itself, even from boss battles to combat, that if they did the same thing again, I think it would have hurt the game. So I think, art direction wise, I think they did a good job in changing it. Leaf, the only reason it became popular is because you can have sex with a bear. That's it. Anyone can tell me anything they want. It became popular because you can have sex with a bear. Oh, and that pig house scene where you walk in where the two pigs are shagging and they tell you to get the fuck out. That was another one. Those are the two only scenes that I ever hear people talking about in Baldur's Gate. I don't hear any other scene that people are talking about. Oh, shit. Oh, Barry. Oh, God. Dude. That was good. That was good. I like it. I like it, man. Will Stellar Blade even sell well? Oh, Stellar Blade is going to sell phenomenally. Look, this is the thing, right? This is the thing that people don't get. People are used to seeing good-looking women in games, right? Just attractive characters in general, whether it's male or female. You know, you don't see a fat Leon or a fat Dante. You know, you see a super fit Leon or a super fit Dante, right? So they're super used to seeing these really, you know, attractive female characters as well, in contrast. But for the past, say, 5 years, they've taken that away from video games. And gamers right now are extremely starved of seeing someone attractive in a video game. And so the first person that comes along that's got costumes that pretty much make them butt naked, it's going to sell just on sex alone. It's going to sell on sex alone. Leaf. You walk into a house as part of the story, I think, at some point, and you've got these two pigs shagging on the table, and they tell you what the hell you're looking at and get the hell out. John Gray, there's only so far they can get in the game with one hand. If you have the time, Taz, when it was done, I'll grab it later. Or if someone can go back in on the stream and clip it real quick, that would be cool as well. And just send me the link on Discord. But, you know. So, PlayStation 5. They're adding trophies and features to Ghost of Tsushima. Undertale is a really old retro game, right? One that I remember looking, but I couldn't get into it. And you see, Susano? That's the point right there. That is the point right there. You just summed up my whole issue with this completely. But I'll get to your point in just a sec. Because we've got a couple of clips here that we're going to play as well. And, you know, this is part of the main story that I have for today. But Ghost of Tsushima is coming to the PC. It's going to have PlayStation features on the PC. It's going to have trophies that will actually appear on your PlayStation as well, because the game is crossplay too with Legends. And this is all tying up nicely for PlayStation's move over to PC. Probably eventually day and date. My dude thinks Sony has enough money to buy the marketing rights. Mate, you couldn't even afford Bungie, who was 3.6 billion, and you think you're going to afford GTA 6, which will probably cost you more for the marketing rights. Well, actually, not that much. But you think you're going to afford that? You had to make 3 monthly installments to buy Bungie. Get in your lane. Microsoft just needs to go and say, "Hey, Rockstar, here's a blank check for you, buddy. I know you're having bad times right now, but you know, I know you're having bad times with what is it? Where is it? This right now. I know you're having bad times right now, but here's a blank check for you. Put like half 200 million on there, 300 million, and then Sony's going to be like, but I can't afford that money. Please, sir, can I have some more? And then Rockstar's going to be like, nah, we like money. We don't like peasantry over here. Spell check me again. Under Rail. Okay. Never heard of that one. But I've never been a huge CRPG fan anyway. Although I do want to get into tabletop gaming, but my kids won't do it. But this is what it's going to look like on PC. What would happen if GTA 6 is a timed exclusive to Xbox? Everyone buys an Xbox. That's it. Donald, you will see huge uptake in people buying an Xbox Series X. Even Series S's for that matter. I don't think there'll actually be enough supplies around to accommodate that sort of thing. There are very few games that come out that will ever have the impact that GTA will. Right? People thought Starfield was going to be that game. It was never going to be that game. GTA is so big that it can literally shift dynamics and demographics. It just has that power. Whoever wins GTA 6 wins everything. They take the whole shebang. GTA 6 will sell consoles, subscriptions, platforms, everything. It will sell everything. If it went day one on Game Pass, the amount of people that will sign up to Game Pass, even if it is for 2 or 3 months, will be astronomical. They'll probably leave after 3-4 months, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, the problem is, Cesano, people aren't prepared to wait 1 or 2 years to play the game. So even PC players are going to buy the platform that plays the game the best. And whoever plays that game the best, or gets it early, wins everything. There's rarely a game where, there's rarely a game that comes out where winner takes all. GTA 6 is that game. I've actually heard it's been delayed to 2026, Digit, because of problems that they're having. And if that's the case, it does make me question whether Microsoft has paid them off to delay it that long to develop for the next generation Xbox. Because the next generation Xbox is supposedly coming in 2026. And if they've delayed it to the release of the next generation Xbox, and it's a launch title for the next generation Xbox, I don't think anything's going to stand in Xbox's way. They wanted Game Pass subscriptions to sell through the bejeezle. They're going to have so many consoles out there that they won't know what to do. Xbox playing 4D chess. Nah, for real, I doubt Microsoft had anything to do with it. Nah, I don't think they did. I'm just saying if they did last. Like if Microsoft really wanted to cause a shift in the actual thing, they've got the money to burn as a lost leader to turn around and say, look, we're going to give you this amount of money. We just want you to polish the game, keep working on the game, keep fixing it, keep making it ready, but we want it to be ready for the next generation consoles, as well as these ones over here as well. Make it happen. Everyone's going to want to play that game at the best possible setting, at the best possible graphics, at the best possible frame rate. And whatever has that is going to win. Now, whether that's on the PS5 Pro, or that's on the Xbox Series X, is unknown. Or whether it's going to go to 2026 and be on the Xbox 2, again, unknown. But whoever wins GTA wins all. In the UK, we have this electoral system called first past the post. So whoever passes 50% and gets 51% in the voting scheme wins everything. They gain 100% control. There's no coalition. You get 51%, you get full control of the market, of the government. This is pretty much that situation here. There's no two ways, there's no shifting. If you win GTA, you win it all. So, to me, GTA 6 is going to be a really, really interesting time when it comes out. Now, for people like me who have a PlayStation, an Xbox, a PC, and everything else, and BoldAlphawolf with that 5 gifted subs! diablomozart, JP, Sanchez Gaming, Jordan Gareau, Michael Tran, all gifted 5 subs. Where is that coming from? Okay, only I can hear that music, because that is hella loud. But, yeah, whoever wins that is going to win. Alright, that should be it. Thank you very much for that, BoldAlphawolf. Alright. But this is the new layout. And it will allow you to cross-play with PC and PlayStation through the PlayStation games. This, to me, right now, is a beautiful test that they're doing. They're testing the waters, getting it working before they release their launcher. It's clear that they are moving closer and closer to PC because they want that PC money. Not GTA 6 though. GTA wants to keep it real and give consoles a little bit of an advantage. Oh, and BoldAlphawolf, member for 2 months. I seen a Matt Booty quote about scheduling issues with Xbox games. Did you cover that? Is it real? I didn't see that at all. Let's have a look. But this is pretty sad, right? Take-Two plans to lay off 5%, and no one's talking about it. That's like 500 people I think they're getting rid of. It's awful. Matt Booty. I wouldn't think so, Mark. I think they are planning for this, but they're just taking it one step at a time. So this is the only thing I'm seeing from 2 days ago, but I don't want to watch all 17 minutes of it just for that. Hmm. Matt Booty. Poppy. There is literally nothing outside of what has been said there. Right. Okay, but this is something that I've actually mentioned before, right? This is something that I've talked about before. So it's no surprise, to be fair, right? So Microsoft has about 10 games coming out this year. Whether it's DLC or it's actual updates or actual games, they've got about 10 coming out this year that they said. The problem is, we are on month 4. So that leaves, what, 8 months remaining? That leaves 8 months remaining to release 10 games updates. That's a problem. This is why I was saying all along that the first 4 months where Xbox released almost nothing, and even Palworld was not their game, right? Palworld is Pocket Pair's game that they ported over to Xbox, and because of their, early access entry into it, and have got it on Xbox. But Microsoft themselves, for the first 4 months, have released nothing. And they're putting everything out from the 4th month. I mean, not even from the 4th month. They're starting on the 5th month, unless you count Diablo 4, which I wouldn't count Diablo 4 because that was available last year. So from May, end of May, to Christmas, there are 10 games. Where are they going to fit everything to give the games a good chance to come out? And don't forget, they're not just competing with themselves. They're competing with other games as well. Third-party games. You don't want to do what Horizon Forbidden West did, where they decided to go, Horizon Zero Dawn decided to go head-to-head with Elden Ring. It lost. Forbidden West it was. Forbidden West went head-to-head with Elden Ring. It lost. And then it decided to go head-to-head with Dragon's Dogma 2. Guess what? It lost to a game that runs 20 FPS. That should tell you everything, how timing is really important, right? It was on NeoGAF. But I've been saying this for such a long time. And I've been worried that this is going to happen. And it looks like it finally has happened. Isn't NeoGAF a website? Pretty sure NeoGAF used to be a website. I mean, it depends. Not everyone wants to install mods, right? Yeah, NeoGAF is gone. Anyway, since we know the actual quote, that's fine. That gives us the gist. I mean, you're not wrong, Lost. You're not wrong. But yeah. I mean, see, this goes. It's really weird because I want to break this statement down because this statement by Matt Booty actually frustrates me and annoys me and also makes me happy at the same time. And that's a weird statement to say, I know. But let's break it down, right? So he's saying that they have scheduling problems, and as Cesano's saying, they've got so many games in development that they don't know, they don't know when to release what game. That's cool. They've got about 35 to 40 games in development. Hey, Rev, how's it going? Now, that's all good. But what have we been hearing for the past 5 years? We've got so many games in development, and yet we're not seeing any of that fruits of the labor. I want to start seeing the results. I don't, all we hear is it's still in development, they're cooking, they're this. Now, I get it, we don't want games coming out half-baked. I get that. But start showing shit. Let us see stuff, get us excited, get us hyped for games that we've been waiting to see. But at the same time, when they do the stuff that they did like this year, where they left the first quarter of the year completely empty, bland, barren, wasteland, that's not on either. You create problems for yourself that you can't deal with. Now, the choice that they have in releasing games now, from May the 21st all the way to Christmas, is either they're going to cannibalize their own sales, or that timeline is now going to have to be pushed into next year. Because if it has to be pushed into next year, well, guess what? That's now going to cannibalize the plan that they had for 2025 with the games that they were planning to release in that year. Because now those games are going to have to shift as well. So if there was a game planned for the fall of 2025, now it's going into 2026. And no one really wants to release their games in January because everyone's broke. So you want to release it in kind of February where people start to get a bit of money. So it's a massive issue here. They just need to get their scheduling in place, because right now they've got a lot of games in development, and like Alone in the Dark, they're going to have a problem where they won't know when to release it. No one's releasing their game alongside Elden Ring. So that window there is already gone. That's the Elden Ring window. Anyone that wants to sacrifice their game for 0 sales is free to release their game during Elden Ring's window. Even Yoshi P for Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail trailer. And that game has, been pre-ordered through the Bazoozle, right? Even he turned around and said, we delayed our game by 10 days because of Elden Ring DLC. He turned around and said, I'm giving you 10 days to sit down and play it because I want to play it too. So I'm going to give you 10 days, and after that we're releasing it. People know that this game is going to cannibalize anything that comes out within that time frame period. And obviously people are going to be buying it as well. So if they're buying that, they're not buying any other game that comes out during that window either. So you've already lost that window as well. Now you've got Dawn Trail as well, which is, I think 14 has 10, 15 million players now? Maybe more? That's a lot of players. That's a lot of players that are going to be playing Final Fantasy XIV and nothing else. Myself included, when it comes out. So that window is gone too. So you're looking at pretty much, half of May to, was it? It comes out on the 29th of June. So yeah, from half June to half July, that month period there is Elden Ring and Final Fantasy XIV. Releasing anything during that window is suicide. So you've lost another month already. They've got a real problem on their hand. They've got a real problem. it's all good having all these games, but scheduling is going to be a massive problem. Now, I know Boom was looking at this as some really good, positive thing, and it's a nice problem to have. But no, it's actually a really shit problem to have because they've put themselves into that position by not releasing any games in the first quarter. Do you know what I mean? Am I kind of coming across? Does that make sense what I'm saying? It's kind of like it's a really good position to be in if you have a solution. It's a really shit position to be in if you don't have a solution, and your only solution is we're going to have to delay games even further because we don't know when to release them, or we're going to cannibalize those sales for that game and give it the worst possible launch it could possibly have and kill the game before it even gets a chance. So, what's not in the top 100 most played games, Mr. Digit? What's dead on Steam? I mean, technically, Lost, when you think about it, they're in a position right now where there are so many good games coming to the Xbox platform. 2024, at least the last 3 quarters, is supposed to be really good. And they're going to have a constant cadence of games coming. So, it's really disappointing that the first quarter has been pretty much a Fallout desert, barren wasteland, pun intended. But the next 3 quarters, where they release game after game after update after update after game, is going to be good. But where does, stuff like Starfield DLC fit into all this? We've got the Diablo DLC coming, so that's gonna drop. Well, I'm gonna be hopeful this time last. The bottom line is, this is now in Microsoft's hands to fuck up. If they screw this up, it's on them. It's not on anyone else, it's on them. Only they can screw this up now. So, like you said, what other games have they promised to PlayStation? Hey, Devastator. Well, Matt Booty apparently made a statement saying that, they're in a position right now where they don't know how many games they've got too many games to release this year, and they don't know how to schedule it. And that's it's up to them now how to make sure that those games come out at the right time, with the right window, with the right gap for people to enjoy it before picking up the next one. I mean, they're all going to be available on Game Pass anyway, but if you release them all at once, it creates a problem. So you need to split them up and make sure they're getting the attention and they deserve. No, but what other games have they promised? I knew about Hi-Fi Rush and Sea of Thieves from a while ago, even before the announcement. I was already told of their existence. And I was told about Pentiment as well. The only one I wasn't told about was Grounded. But outside of has there been any other game that's been promised right now? So there isn't. So until Microsoft come out again and say, these games are coming over to X, Y, and Z, nothing is going over. Now, I won't say nothing is ever going to go over because I'm not Microsoft and I can't make that claim. But what I can make a claim on is until anything is said that it is going, as far as what we've seen, it's been a failed experiment anyway. No one really bought Hi-Fi Rush. It did poorly. No one, I mean, we saw Sea of Thieves go on the pre-order list a few times, but I've heard the sales for that isn't great either. No one bought Pentiment, and I can pretty much assure that no one's going to buy Grounded. So Pentiment, Grounded, Hi-Fi Rush have all done pretty poorly. Well, Grounded will as well. But you know what box it does check off? It checks off the FTC's will to argue that Microsoft is withholding games. Do you know what else this allows Microsoft to do? Go and buy other publishers. Because if the FTC then turns around and says, hey, they're going to withhold games? Nah, we put these games on PlayStation. A lot of them are not very popular games, but we put a popular one on there with Hi-Fi Rush, and we put Sea of Thieves on there as well. So clearly we're not holding our games back, and Hi-Fi Rush is a Bethesda game. So the FTC can't say that we're withholding games. What argument is the FTC going to have? Would you like to see a picture of my kitten? Or maybe my poodle? As an excuse? I mean, the FTC turned around in court and said, as an reason to block the deal, Microsoft has a lot of money. That was their actual excuse to the judge. Microsoft has a lot of money. I'm not joking, by the way. That was their actual excuse. They have a lot of money. And the judge said, and what's that got to do with anything? All of this is just playing 4D chess. Now, if more games get announced, then we can have that discussion last. You know, hey, but last, you saying that means you live in the UK. The fact that you said kind of like the weather where I live, guaranteed my dude lives in the UK. The only place where you can get all 4 seasons in one day. It's the only place I know that you can get all 4 seasons in one day. Guaranteed. Without a doubt. Hailstorms, sunshine, thunderstorms, everything. You deny the inside sources, but they are on the inside, bro. What is he denying? Said sources said that Starfield is going to PlayStation are usually wrong. They've been talking about Starfield going to PlayStation for a long, long time. But they will constantly say that. Hey, I'm right. I'm right. Lost is from the UK. I knew it. That statement gave it away. Because only someone that lives in the UK will make that depiction. Oh. But it's interesting. Here's another set of pictures for the overlay. And this is the specs. We'll have a look at that a little bit. What was this? Oh, here's my dude. He knows what's happening now, right? He gets it. He totally gets what's happening. Just listen to what he has to say.
You see the dark path this leads? That's why if Sony goes day and day, the reason why I'm not gonna PlayStation, not because I'm butthurt or whatever, is because I don't want to get fucked. Why would I buy a PlayStation knowing what they're gonna do? I get everything, plus better versions, plus free multiplayer. I don't get screwed over in any way, and that's.
So he's openly admitting that PlayStation are screwing him over, right? My dude is openly admitting that he gets screwed over by PlayStation. But it gets better. It gets better. It gets better.
That's exactly what happens on Xbox the moment they went day and date. You have to pay for Gears on Xbox, but that same game, which runs much better, looks much better, and you can play with a keyboard if you choose to, is free. And you still play with the Xbox guys. And I'm like, yo, I see the message on the wall, bro. Like, how can it make sense that you're paying extra money to the platform holder and get worse? Across everything, literally. The game, you get the worst version. And you have to pay extra just to play a portion of it online. That's not cool.
He is right.
You see what I'm saying?
He is right.
The pain is coming, bro. Listen, just stop fanboying. Just admit it. It'll be much easier.
He's not wrong. Lost. I agree with you. He is 100% right. He is 100% right. It's hilarious. He is 100% right. I'm not even going to deny what he's saying because it's true. But it's just the way he lost his shit. It was hilarious. This guy's talking facts. I do the same. I mean, and this is going back to, remember earlier in the stream, I turned around and I said that Cesano made a point in chat that I wanted to go back to, right? And now's the point where I go back to it. We made full circle, chat. We've come full circle. Cesano said, I would have bought Final Fantasy 16 if it wasn't... I would have bought a PS5 for Final Fantasy 16 if it wasn't coming to PC. But because it's coming to PC, I'm not buying a PS5. That is exactly the point. That is exactly the point. And this is why I've been saying for a long time that games going to PC were a cool thing, but going day and date has hurt Xbox sales. For that reason alone. Where people, if they were going to buy an Xbox, are not buying it because they don't need to. They can just get it on PC if they have it. Now with GTA 6, they don't have a choice. If they don't have a PS5 and they don't have an Xbox console, they are going to buy the console it works on best. It's gonna sell consoles. And all of those Master Race PlayStation fanboys are gonna have a nice shiny new console, even if it is for one game, in their house or flat or in their bedroom to play that game. I saw Devastator. I saw. And all the media decided that they were gonna lie about Pocket Pair's response. Pocket Pair said, oh, okay, well, they can do what they want. But all the media thumbnails were saying how Pocket Pair was accusing them of making a clone, when all they said was, okay. You underestimate him. You underestimate him. You underestimate them, Rev. They would. They would. Even if it was 20%, that's 20% more consoles out there. That's 20% loss of console sales. That is still a lot of console sales lost. Right? That is still a lot of console sales lost. But you're only looking at yourself. A lot of people out there are different. I mean, as we said at the start of the stream, there are people out there, believe it or not, that like the Halo TV series over Last of Us. They exist. If they exist, then PC gamers that will buy a console exist too. Digit, no. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no. No. From the way they have been treating Xbox gamers like second-class citizens. They have. They have. Wait. Where did animes Hey? Where did his post go? Anime? Oh, he deleted it himself. Okay. But this is Ghost of Tsushima. This is it running on the PS5. This is where it's at on PC. This is what Puerto Roque was talking about. 4K at 60 FPS. I mean, my PC, which has a 3090 Ti, can run this probably at 4K 60. Although my monitor is only 2K, so I'll be running it at 2K 60. But it's interesting. I mean, Anime saw that there was no waifus here, so he just left. Is it blue? It is blue. But a 3090 Ti is still a good graphics card. But this is the problem between the lot, right? And, you know, one of the issues that Xbox has right now is that if you have a powerful enough PC and you've got a Game Pass subscription, the game is on PC Game Pass. Do you want to play it on this with a controller? Or do you want to play it on this with a controller? I'm pretty sure most people are going to pick this every time with a controller. Although I do get the notion of people loving their consoles. It is just easier. My colony just perished due to all the starving to death I loved. Oh no. What did you do, Stork? I'm only getting Jack Sparrow versions of games. I see what you did there. Did you get timed out or something, Anime? This is like a $500 PC. You're right, yeah. You can now... I think it was Linus Tech Tips that built a PC equivalent to a PS5 for $500. Although he did use the Intel Arc GPU because it's cheaper. See, I knew it. You're playing Fallout. You forgot to grow your crops and your whole thing fell apart and now you have to play the game all over again. This is what I'm talking about with Fallout. But you know, Linus Tech Tips proved that now in this day and age, you can actually build a PC that can run at the spec of a PS5 or a Series X for $500. Apparently, it's got a 2B mod on there, so it is definitely good with mods. I can concur. I'm not even going to fight you because I'm totally getting that mod too. Hey, Nocturnal, how's it going? Sure, now you can get... That wasn't true when they launched it in 2020. Oh, yeah. But the Intel Arc wasn't available in 2020 either. And the Intel Arc, like I said, is quite cheap because they're trying to gain market share. The Intel Arc hasn't been out for a long time. Liverpool and West Ham are out? Well, I guess that's why my neighbour didn't start cheering anymore. Try finding an Intel GPU in the UK? Does it even exist? There you go. Amazon. They have it. They have it. Sparkle. I know, it looks ugly. I don't like it. It looks ugly. You get the flagship for like $100 a month. Do you know what? Cloud gaming tops all of that. If you've got a good internet connection, GeForce Now gives you a 4080 for like $150 a year. And next year, they're going to upgrade it to the 5080 for the same price. At least for me, because I'm a founder. I'm hoping wherever I'm moving soon is going to have good internet, because I will cry if we don't. You have no idea how much I use cloud gaming. Like, I use cloud gaming a lot. Like, honestly, I probably play more on cloud right now than I do natively. DSL. Oh, damn. Have you seen Fallout 3, John, with mods? Have you? My PC is a beast. But I kind of have to boot it up and then go into everything. With GeForce Now, it's just one button away. But do you know what's the best thing about it, Blaze? Do you want to know what's the best thing about it? My Steam Deck can play the same graphics as my PC because of GeForce Now. Hey, Benaya. Salt vids? I did actually have a few videos that I wanted to watch. Oh god, Harmon again? We'll see if we can get to that. There was a couple of videos that were on the other thing as well that I wanted to check out. My dude Harmon just does not quit, does he? What's this? Bethesda is doing a lot of Starfield work. Oh yes, this was something I wanted to talk about. Let's segue into this before we go over to the other news that we were looking at. Let's segue into this. Bugger off. So it looks like Starfield is getting a lot of work done to it. Now I am expecting Shattered Space to be really freaking big at this point. The way they're talking about it. It's probably going to be like a 5-minute update, but I'm expecting vehicles, catered planets, the works. We're still doing a lot of work, obviously, on Fallout 76, and we see the community, so many planning. So, like, they're working on a lot of stuff here. There's some positive news for Starfield fans then. Bethesda has previously revealed that Space RPG's first slice of DLC Shattered Space, and that it'll be released this year. We're also getting a continuous flow of updates to introduce quality of life features and other much requested additions, though I imagine plenty will be hoping that Howard is talking about the former. I'm going to avoid putting dates on anything, Howard said. I've learned that the hard way, so obviously our focus as far as new development right now is Elder Scrolls 6. But that doesn't mean that we're not making plans for other things. But yeah, they are working and they'll have some results soon. And by that result soon, they are talking about the June showcase. You're editing Harmon's villain arc? Mate, that guy just has the worst takes on the goddamn planet. I don't think there's a guy that has more worse takes than him. And Devastator is there to document everything. Oh, the 4060 was a horrible graphics card, no? Harmon is the type of Nintendo fan that Nintendo probably doesn't like much. You can say that again. I don't even know if it's a Nintendo bubble at this point. Just no one wants him. My dude has some really bad takes. But you know who else has bad takes? This guy. This guy has some really bad takes. Reforged Gaming thinks PC gamers would F with PS Launcher instead of just waiting for them to go to Steam. If the PlayStation Store got them early, is hilarious. Does he not see the state of the Epic Launcher? Let's have a listen. Let's have a listen.
This guy Jackknife says deal breakers day and date. If they go day and date, I'm not buying their next console. I've been with PlayStation from the jump, but this is pushing me away. I'm not buying the $70 version on PlayStation when I can play the superior version day and date on PC, probably cheaper too. Not if they do their own launcher. They will still get your money, and it will still be $70. That's the kicker right there. You can't run away from it. You can't run away from it. If you want to play Spider-Man 3 day one and you're like, well, I'm going to go to PC where it's cheaper. No, if you buy it through their launcher, it's going to be $70. You know, well, Spider-Man 3 is actually potentially going to be broken into 2 parts, and it's going to be $50 for each part. But still, like, you get the point that I'm making. If you want to play God of War, 9 or whatever the next one is, you buy it from their storefront. You're paying the full price. Eugene says, if the only way to play PS games on PCs through their PC store and they give you dual entitlements for their game and third party, they won't care if you left the console. You'll buy everything through their store anyways. Yeah, I wonder if third party would play along.
See, I actually, for the first time, agree with him. What did he say here that was wrong? I'm so used to him having a bad take, I feel dirty to say that I actually think what he said. I mean, what did he say that was wrong, Rev? I mean, you don't know that, Susano. If I was Sony, I would sell it only on my launcher. Just to see how it would do. I would gamble. If it didn't work, then I would eat the humble pie for a year and then release that game. You know, I'll do it for 2-3 games to see how it goes. You might not be able to buy it on Green Man Gaming. I think Forbidden West was $49.99, but what they're referring to is day and date games, right? Day one games. So if they're going to be $70 on PlayStation, I can see them being $70 on PC as well. And if Sony's releasing their launcher, they're not putting their games on Steam. I just don't see Sony doing that. Now, what will be interesting is if people will adapt to that and purchase the games day one from PlayStation launcher. Harris, that is true. That is it. Like me right now, I actually use the Xbox app a lot. The other night it caused me problems, but I tend to buy games on my Xbox App Store because I can crossplay with my Xbox. The same reason why I buy games on Steam at times, because I can play with my Steam Deck. If the game doesn't work on my Steam Deck, I'm generally not interested in it from Steam. It has to work with my Steam Deck in order for me to want to use it, want me to buy it on Steam. So that's like a requirement for me now. It has to work with my Steam Deck. Another reason why I'm saying an Xbox handheld is going to be so important for Xbox to get right. They really want to. But if the PlayStation launcher does have that back and forth compatibility with the PlayStation, for those people that already have a PlayStation, that's just an added incentive. But at the same time, why should Sony give their money to Valve when they don't need to? Okay, Epic Games has failed. Microsoft already puts their games on Steam, so that's completely irrelevant anyway. But I think Sony, with their current popularity and market share, are in a unique position right now where they could upset the status quo. And it will be interesting to see how the market reacts. I also use the Xbox app over Steam for Xbox games because progress carries over from console to PC. Bingo. That's really important to me. I mean, I've not encountered a single bug with the Xbox app. Not one. Now, 2 nights ago, someone in chat is going to say that I had problems. The service went down. And that's fair enough. The Microsoft Games service where I live went down at my local server bank. So I couldn't play at 2 o'clock in the morning. That's fair. That was the only issue. That wasn't a bug. It was just the service went down. If I had the game already installed, it could play. But I've actually not encountered a single bug using it. Ever. I don't understand what these so buggy things are that people keep saying. And I'm not being biased or anything. If I've encountered bugs, I've encountered them. But Xbox also has a one-time purchase. I'm not sure PlayStation would do that. Well, that's what they're talking about here, right, Paris? They're saying that they... I mean, and I've heard this a few times now, a dual entitlement where they're going to have a position where if you buy the game once, you can play it on both. And I think they might want to do that at the beginning, or at least for some games, to try and get more people on board to the PlayStation launcher. Or maybe offer like if you buy it for $70, you'll get both versions on the PC version. But if you get it for $50, you'll get the PC version only. It could be bad luck. It could be bad luck. I mean, I've heard people, like friends of mine, Benaya, have had problems. And they've moved away. So, I'm not saying you're chatting shit. I'm saying I know it exists, just I've never experienced it. And the EA app sucks monumentally. That is horrible. That is, I don't know what is wrong with that app. I think it was with Anthem. I had to leave the settings menu open for the app in order for the game to run properly. That was just bad. If PlayStation does the one-time purchase, then you 100% do a PC launcher. I mean, I think the PC launcher's coming, for sure. That eats your SSD space. Again, I've not experienced it. I'm not saying it's bullshit. I know I've heard some crazy stuff when it comes to it. Is going to be greater than 100% of the PC launcher sales. Well, the problem, BoldAlphawolf, is if God of War Ragnarok 2 is not on Steam and it is only on the PS launcher, you can have the greatest sale in the world not having the game is always going to get trumped by having the game. And what I don't get, it's a damn launcher. What does it matter? It's not like you're paying £500 for a console. It's an app that takes literally nothing off your hard drive to install. It's an app. It's not a £500 investment. It's a free second download. I don't get it. It's a free app too. You don't even pay for it. I do use GOG. Steve. I've got games on GOG. I've got games on GOG. I've got them on Steam. I've got them on Epic Game Store. I don't bind myself to one platform. Just like how I've bought games on PlayStation, Switch, and Xbox. I'm an omni gamer. I'm what you call a true gamer. I play games everywhere. Yeah, at least they're DRM free though. Watch the Sony launcher cost 50. Devastate. What are you doing? What are you doing, Devastator? My dude, what are you doing? What are you doing, man? Maybe if Sony delists PlayStation as a console, they will have to move to the PlayStation launcher. I don't think they'll delist the console. No reason for them to. They can both live in harmony. They'd pay for it, and those that don't have it broke. I mean, you're not wrong. Devastator would do good as a... Oh shit! Shots fired! Shots fired! Oh, shots fired. Half of PC people are stingy with the money, and some of them will not buy into it. You don't have to buy into it. It's free. The app is free. It's like 2 megabytes. £500 launcher. Does it come with plastic clips for us? Oh, you guys are mean. You guys are mean. PC launcher will cost the same as a PS5 since you can play PS5 games on it. Sony logic. Hey, if you can't afford it, you can't play it. Alright, what is it with this guy with the whole craziness, the way it starts? I don't get him. It actually triggers me a little bit. So what's our good old buddy Mr. Dude saying? Let's have a look. Let's have a look, chat, because he's now talking about Ghost of Tsushima. Is he going to be Alright, I don't know if anyone's seen this. If you have, don't answer. If you haven't, is this going to be a pro PC or an anti-PC clip? If you only respond if you've not seen it. They need to get with Steam and call it a day. I don't see them doing sales holding out to turn profit with hit titles that are too far. No, Bold. If they release their launcher, their own launcher, the games will have to release their end date. It's that simple. The games have to release their end date. In order for it to work, if they release their own launcher and want to put the games on their own launcher only, they have to release their end date. Period. It will not work any other way. They can't release it a year later on their launcher and expect anyone to play it. People just won't go. I mean, it's a hard enough ask to get people to even look at another launcher. You're going to then turn around and tell me that I'm going to have to wait a year for it to come to your launcher, and then I'm going to be able to play it, or wait another year after that before it comes over, if it ever comes over to Steam. No one's going to do that. No, I think it's going to be day and date. It has to. If they have their own launcher, it's going to be day and date. It's not going to be none of this wait a year. It's going to be day and date. And honestly, this is my prediction, and it'll be interesting to see, if I'm still doing these shows by next year. Hopefully I am, and hopefully we see good growth. But if I'm still doing this next year, we can revisit this question. You guys will probably forget, so someone clip it so we can actually see if I was right or wrong with my prediction. But my assumption right now is this. The reason why Sony has delayed their games to next year, 2025, for their major tentpole title releases is because they want to get them ready for launch with their PlayStation launcher day and date. At least the first 1 or 2 games that they're going to release is going to go on their day and date for them to see how well they do in the PC market on a platform that's not Steam. That is my prediction. We'll see if that's true or not. Obviously, we have to wait until 2025 to find out. But that is why I think we're seeing a bigger gap now between the games for PlayStation from 24 to 25, because they are working on the PC version as well. If you would still need to buy a PSN a month to play online as on a PC launcher. I think if they did that, that would be a step too far, Taz. Because at the end of the day, if you're looking at Helldivers, that doesn't need a launch. That doesn't need PSN to play it. I think that would be a step too far. Now, what I do think that they would do once they've got the launcher ready is potentially give you access to like a subscription model where you can go online and play their games through the cloud. I think they'll do that if you actually want to explore more PlayStation games, and it'll give you the option. I think they'll go through with that more than likely, but in terms of like PSN to play on the internet, nah, they can't monetize that. Another possibility for gap is Sony doesn't have money for a lot of games. I mean, right now, they don't. They don't. I mean, I'm hoping I am Leaf. There's no reason why I should stop right now. Hit that sub button, people. Help me get to 7,000. You know I'm worth it. You know I am worth it. Hit that like button too while you're at it. But let's see what he's gonna say. But that is what I think. That is me. That is my prediction. Sony is waiting till next year to see if it's going to work. And they're going to trial the first 2 or 3 games to just make it work. And if it does, they will have achieved something that Microsoft couldn't. And I think at that point, that's going to be a massive shakeup. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that works out. I'm always worth it, Josh. Don't worry, me and Josh go way back. In a private room. He knows. I don't need to say anything else.
Now, if you haven't played any PlayStation games yet on PC, they are insane. The company that ports them is this group called Nixxes. They are the best. PlayStation games on PC run at 4K 60 FPS if you've got a good rig. A lot of times the HDR, the graphics, I mean, it is insane. I love my PlayStation 5, but the PS5 games on PC, extra incredible. But inside the text here, they're like, oh yeah, by the way, we're dropping a bunch of new, completely added features to PlayStation games on PC. Now, this includes friends list, trophy support, new settings, new profile, in-game voice chat, and all of this can be accessed by just pressing F1. Shift F1. Now, when you see this, I must admit, it's completely shocking to see. Straight up, this is just the standard PlayStation UI running on the PC natively. Now, to me, a cool part of this is, as a trophy hunter, a lot of people are straight up saying, hell yeah, trophy support, where's that sequel? Everybody's great. But here's the other part of it that to me is kind of eye-catching, which is they're talking about the fact that it's going to have in-game voice chat and cross-play. Like it actually straight up says here, there's going to be cross-play, meaning that when people do this, you sign in with your existing PlayStation account or create one, and then the way it's going to work is that now whenever you're playing these games, it'll make it so that PlayStation games can play multiplayer with any of the other platforms. If they ever start to put...
I think that's a really good point that he made there, that something where I didn't even consider. All future games are going to now require you, whether you're playing on Steam, and this could apply retroactively as well. They could require you to sign in to PlayStation for you to have a PlayStation account. That's interesting. That's interesting. I never thought about that. That's interesting. That's instantly going to gain them a hell of a lot of new accounts and new users for their MAUs right there.
All PlayStation games, day and date on PC, with trophy support, with friends list, with full crossplay. I might go full PC. I mean, I love PlayStation games because of their stories, their quality, their polish, but if I can have that on my PC, which objectively has better graphics than my PS5, I'm probably going to take it.
PlayStation.
So there's one thing that he doesn't acknowledge here, right? Susano, you're missing a point. Let's rewind, and then I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why he's not thinking this clearly.
Their platforms. If they ever start to put all PlayStation games day and date on PC, with trophy support, with friends list, with full crossplay, I might go full PC. I mean, I love
That's only PlayStation first party. Any games that they are money hatting for PlayStation 5 will be released on PlayStation 5 only. Any of those third party games. So there will still be a need if Sony is money hatting Final Fantasy 17 or Stellar Blade 2 or whatever game you want to pull out of your rabbit's hat. I don't care what it is. Just pick a game that you want to play. Silent Hill 4, Parasite E3. If they money hat that, Dino Crisis 4, because no one cares about Dino Crisis 3. But, you know, Dino Crisis 4, for example, if they money hat those games as third-party exclusives only for PlayStation, then there'll still be a need to own a PS5. And this is where you double dip. And if Microsoft was smart and had a brain and actually knew how to market and actually work people, they would be doing this right now. Unfortunately, Microsoft has a bunch of people working there who are so dumb that they couldn't tell the difference between a spoon and a fork if you told them the difference. Money hatting third-party exclusives is the number one way to get people on your platform to buy your console. It's that simple. It's the number one way. Because the first-party games are going day and date. They cost too much money to make, and they are not selling enough to break even. I mean, from what we've heard so far, not even Final Fantasy VII Rebirth has broken even, but that's having its own share of problems right now. It will break even eventually, and it will make a profit. But the first-party games that are costing 300 million, 400 million is too much. So those games going to a wider audience makes perfect sense. But if you want people to continue buying your platform, those games like Zone of the Enders or, you know, Death Stranding, you make them exclusive only to your platform, and then people will buy it. And then they will buy it. See, that's the only point he's missing. They only paid it. Bernard, if they could afford to pay for it not to go to PC as well, you bet your bottom dollar that they would have paid for that. The problem is they couldn't afford to do that. It's that simple. The developers probably wanted way too much money for it, and they just said, no, we're happy for that to be exclusive as a console exclusive. Zoe should definitely be soft rebooted. That game is old enough on the PS2, you know. See, I don't mind remakes when they're as old as the PS2 or the PS1. I'm all for it, because there are some amazing games that have been lost to times. You know, like Xenogears should be remade. And maybe, you know, during that war scene that they have, that it kind of has that big scrolling block of text to tell you how the war played out. Maybe you could actually play through that war now. Does anyone remember that scene in Xenogears? Where when you get towards the end of the game, they have this whole block of text that comes up, and it basically tells you what happened in the mech war. Do you know why that happened? Do you know why that text was there? Because they run out of money. They run out of budget, and they weren't allowed to continue developing. They burnt out everything that they had. So they had to put it in text form to be able to give the game an ending. But you could actually now do that in today's day and age and actually give people a proper version of the game. But those games are okay to remake, which is why I'm not sad when I see Final Fantasy VII Remake, because it was in 1997 when we got Final Fantasy VII. We're talking almost 30 years ago. Now, if you do The Last of Us, which was like last week, and they decided to remake it again this week, then you've got a right to have a problem with it. Remaking a game that's 2 weeks old compared to 30 years old is a big difference. It was about 2 weeks, right? I didn't get that wrong. But remakes are fine as long as there's been a substantial gap. Why do I remember that game? If it was on PlayStation, Benaya, you would have already had it. Thankfully, it's not on PlayStation, so we probably won't see a remake. We'll just see the game getting the Bethesda usual treatment where it just continues to get better, and once the mods are freely available and the systems are available, then they will fix the community will fix the game itself. No. So, Bob MC, the way it works is you've got Xenosaga Episode 1, Xenosaga Episode 2, Xenosaga Episode 3. Then they canned the project for Xenosaga because I think Xenosaga 3 didn't do so well with... I forgot her name now. Anyway, there was supposed to be a Xenosaga 4. If you play Xenogears, at the end, when you finish the game, when it's completed, it actually says Part 5. So Xenogears actually takes place in the future of Xenosaga. The only one we don't have is Xenosaga 4. That was in development, but then they cancelled it. So we've got Part 1, 2, 3, and 5. Xenogears is Part 5. The Abel and other character that you have in Xenosaga 1, 2, and 3, they are still alive in Xenogears. They are still, Abel is still alive. I mean, in Xenogears, you actually can start off controlling Abel, right? Am I remembering that correctly? You actually start off controlling Abel. It's still coming to Xbox. Oh, dude. But, Xenosaga was a good game. Xenosaga 2 was a bit of a cash-in. But fun fact, did you know that Xenosaga 1 was actually banned in the UK? And in most European countries. We weren't allowed it in this country. I had to import it from the US. And then the US decided that they were going to censor the game. So I had to import the US version, dump the game onto my PC, get the Japanese dump, get the cutscenes from the Japanese one, infuse it into the American one, burn it back onto the disc, and play the complete version. I don't know if Persona did, but the reason why Xenogears got banned in the UK was because of the religious movement in the game. Humans were manufactured, they were not created by God, and the Church of England deemed that as blasphemy. That was blasphemy, and they petitioned to have it banned in the country because it goes against the country's religious beliefs and whatnot. And it was accepted. But it's all because of the fact that humans were manufactured and not created by God. And speaking to friends in this country who are devout Christians, I asked if they would actually play it at the time. I remember because I used to work in a supermarket. And because I thought it was the dumbest reason ever. And a lot of the gamers that I was speaking to at the time actually said that they would not play it. For that reason alone. Where it says that humans were manufactured, the devout Christians would not play it. They actually said they wouldn't play it. I did not. But even if he is, don't really care. I'm not one of these people that cares about what color people are. I'm an ethnic minority myself, so like, you know, I would like to see maybe some more representation of my culture in games. I'm not gonna go crazy and say that they have to be in there, and I won't play them if they're not, or go barricading myself or chaining myself onto a lamppost. I'm not that crazy, but if there's a colored person in the game, or a black, or I'll say black, if there's a black person in the game, then whatevs, man. That would be weird. Persona's never really been open world. What's this? Ah, this is for you PC folks. The Master Race PC. Cheers, Devastator. We're getting there. I can't speak for everyone in this scenario, but when Red Dead Redemption 2, for example, was at first a Rockstar and Epic Games Store timed exclusive, I still waited for Steam. If Rockstar can't get me, there's no way I'd cave for PlayStation, and GTA 5 was the game that got me into PC. I think he's mistaken. But let's see how bad... Because look, Reforged made a good take, right? I want to see how bad his take is now, because we need to restore balance. I can't end with Reforged having a good take and not restoring balance. So we need to restore some balance here. And Woodpit, I know they do. But we're talking about a game that came out in, what, 2002? Dude, those were bloody times, man. Those were bloody times, medieval Turkey. The Ottoman Empire was not a friendly place. You think the shit that happens now is bad? The Ottomans were... the Ottomans weren't thing, man. You didn't want to fuck with them. I can't... There's literally no situation on this planet, on this solar system, Benaya, where that could ever be a thing. It's just not a reality that we could do. Like, even trying to imagine that possible scenario, I've got more chance of looking outside right now, seeing flying pigs giving me the national lottery number that would actually win, and then flying off to Narnia. There ain't no believing, man. This ain't even that situation in Dumb and Dumberer where the guy goes up to the girl and says, "Do I have a chance?" And she goes, "Maybe 1 in a million." And he goes, "So I've got a chance." You don't even have that. You don't even have that. You're getting shut down so fast. Alright, let's see what it is. Chaos, did you play Persona 5 Strikers? That game's features and I've got it, I've not played it. I wanted to get through Persona 5 first, because I've heard that it was a sequel to Persona 5. So I wanted to finish that first, and I haven't finished it yet. I think I've done 2 or 3 castles in Persona 5. Man, if you see... Yo, chat, take a screenshot of that shit. I'm going to post it on fucking Facebook, on Twitter. Hold on, I need to take a screenshot of that. Someone screenshot that shit right now. Screenshot it. My dude deleted it. Please tell me someone got that screenshot. Please. Someone must have got it. Someone must have got it. Come on, anyone. Someone must have got that statement. Because even he knows that going out pretty much is the end of social credibility. Even as he knows it. Nah, he retracted the statement. He deleted it. Oh, you're right. You're right. It's in the stream. No. Let me see. Someone. They're right. Let me have a look. Let me have a look. It will be there in the chat. It's there for good. You're right. It's there for good. I've got it. That shit is mine. My dude has regrets. My dude has regrets. My dude has regrets. Oh, Digit, not you as well, man. Not you as well. Oh, man. That's two of you now. Oh. We've got two Harmon lovers in the chat. Give me a sec, chat. Let me quickly just use the restroom. I'll be right back. You know, hearing this much about Harmon, you guys... How's it going, chat? We are back. I am not going to make a massive dookie. But I'm coming back round, and I asked my kid, you can pick between one or the other. I can tickle your neck for 10 seconds, or you can have a punishment worse than death. So he says, tickle. So I go to tickle him, and I go 10, 9.9, 9.8, 9.7, 9.6. He flung himself off the chair. I see it. Taz with that timestamp. I got it. Ooh, the worst hot takes looks interesting. It has a waifu on it. Alright, let's have a quick listen to Mr. What's his shit face? That's cold. I managed to get to 8.5 before he legged it. Anime, it really is.
And this guy says PlayStation going third party. LOL, no. They're not going third party. You will not see PlayStation suddenly task their developers with, hey, can you develop your games for the Nintendo Switch? Oh, also, Insomniac, we're going to need you to develop for the split-tier Xbox console that's basically floundering. That's not going to happen. It's not. And since console as a concept for Xbox is completely changing and every screen is an Xbox, how on earth would you even make a game for an Xbox? Like whatever an Xbox is going forward. Right? Like there is no sign of going third party here. There's no evidence of that. Why would they make games for Xbox? Why?
So why is it, and this is just me asking a question, right? Why is PC not regarded as a platform? Why is everyone okay with their games going PC? And that's not third party. But they're okay. So they're okay with it going to PC, but not okay anywhere else.
Third-party developers came back from the GDC and indicated that they don't really see the point in making games for Xbox.
That was falsified as well. That was Chris String. Now, I've made a video on this, and I've actually said that this is one of my personal fears regarding Xbox, where if they don't sell enough consoles, third-party publishers will ask the question, is it worth releasing for Xbox? This is a fact. It is, it is something that is going to eventually come about if the sales of consoles don't increase. There's no two ways about it. It's business. It's 101. But Chris String said a big publisher asked that question, and then there was no founded notion for this. So the fact that he's even bringing this up means that he's chatting a whole load of shit and is just going on information for Xbox bad.
Anymore. It's a smaller platform and the sales are worse. Why would PlayStation suddenly do that? That wouldn't make any sense at all.
Hey, Diablo.
Let's spend more money and more development time building our game for weaker hardware. Oh, and also for a platform that spends less money on games. Like, their ratio of sales are always the worst. Like, there's literally no way you're ever going to see that happen.
Okay, so the sales on ratio on Xbox is the worst. They have the least amount of consoles out there. They have less consoles than PC gaming platforms, then the Nintendo Switch, and PlayStation. So statistically, they are going to have the worst, considering people only buy about 10% of a game. Right? So statistically, they will have the worst. I mean, less than 4% of PlayStation 5 owners bought Rebirth. Less than 4%. I think I worked it out to 3.85% actually bought Rebirth. That's crazy, by the way. So, when you're looking at statistics, you've got the two biggest selling console platforms with PlayStation and Switch. They are naturally going to sell more copies with a bigger platform, with a bigger base, than Xbox with a smaller base. I mean, that's just common maths, right? PC games cheaper than their console counterparts? They are. I don't know, it's strange. Back in the day, games were cheaper and no online fees. What did Live really bring to the table? Live brought to the table Xbox Live Chat and a secure way of connecting gamers to online gaming. Back in the old days, if I'm not mistaken, you had to connect to servers and do it that way. This was all done through peer-to-peer, and it created that gateway. But more importantly, it allowed you to be able to have a platform where you could join parties and stuff and chat. Back on PC, you needed Ventrilo access back in the day, for those that remember Ventrilo, before people moved over to TeamSpeak, and after TeamSpeak, they moved over to Discord. Well, actually, it was Mumble, I think, and then they moved over to Discord. But there was always an app, a secondary app that people used to jump into a chat room, a voice chat room, to kind of use that. That was all catered for and handled on the Xbox servers.
It doesn't make an ounce of sense. I understand that if you're like hyper loyal to Xbox, it's been unenjoyable to see the brand pivot, but that doesn't mean that PlayStation is doing the same thing. And if that's some sort of consolation to you, number one, it's a fantasy land, and number two, that's weird. Like, why is that going to make you feel better?
How's it going, Diablo?
Is that going to make you feel better if that's what they end up doing? I don't think they're going to, and if they did, it wouldn't change anything. It wouldn't change anything. You would still have Xbox doing what it's doing. Like, it wouldn't suddenly revert what's upsetting and disappointing. They're not going to, but if they did, you honestly think it would make you feel any better? Like, that's just weird.
So is he acknowledging that PlayStation could go third party here? I'm confused. Ventrilo was life, man.
Ask any dev that sells games on PC. They get the super majority of their sales on Steam versus all the other storefronts. The 30% they give up is made up in the extra sales they would otherwise not get. Yeah, but see, there's a real compelling thing, I think, when you have property that is super, super well known, and you're like, yeah, we're going to do it day and date, but you got to come to our launcher for it. And then we'll bring it to Steam later. Like, I think the fact that they would make 100% on every one of those sales, like, I do not think PlayStation would care about that. PlayStation would garner more sales than they're garnering right now with ports, probably, if they do day and date, and then they would make 100% of every sale instead of giving some to Steam, and they could just come to Steam later. There are definitely people that would not buy in a new launcher. They don't like it. But the difference would be that they would bring the game to Steam later. A lot of the people that did their own launchers, they would never bring the game to Steam later. They would just keep their own launcher. Like, you had to go through them in order to get the game. You had no choice. I think that's different. It's also different when you're a publisher and not a platform. I think when you're a platform, people are like, oh, well, I love their games. Like, what, Ubisoft? Do you think Ubisoft was really going to convince people to buy, like, games in large enough quantities and to not buy them in Steam? I don't even know. When did they bring their games to
The Atty, I'm not so sure. It's always been like one rule for PlayStation and one rule for everyone else, right? I think we can all agree with that. The standard of rules of engagement do not apply to Sony. We've seen that time and time again, whether it's through the media or through anything else. It just doesn't apply. So, this is why I was saying earlier with the PlayStation launcher, it will be interesting to see if PC gamers will react the same to the PlayStation launcher as they did with, say, the Epic Games launcher and the Xbox app, or if they're going to move the goalposts and say, well, this offers trophies and this and this and this, when Xbox was already offering achievements anyway. You know, are they going to turn around and give some form of, I don't know, goalpost movement kind of thing? It's going to be interesting. How's it going, Power Boss?
When did they do that? How long ago did they do that? Wasn't there a time where you couldn't even get, like, Assassin's Creed? You had to go through their stupid app or whatever it was called. I don't even remember because I played almost all the Assassin's Creed games on console. Have they always been there, or was there a time where they removed them? There was a time where, like, I couldn't get, what was it? It was Anthem. Anthem was a game that I couldn't get in Steam. I had to go through the Origin launcher. And with Ubisoft, I swear there was a time where I had to use their launcher. Like, I couldn't just go to Steam.
Pretty much, Power Boss. Pretty much. It just feels like the...
You said Margency exposed himself?
You know, the rules of engagement for PlayStation just feel different. You know, they could do exactly what... I mean, look at it. There's rumors now coming out that PlayStation is releasing a handheld console in 2028 with the PlayStation 6, right? And people are already hyping that up now as the best thing. But the news of an Xbox handheld was being downplayed a lot. This is the sort of thing that I'm talking about. Like, the rules of engagement when it comes to Sony just are different. It just is, and it always has been. And it's going to be interesting if, you know, how it's going to play out. I'm actually genuinely interested, because if we start seeing a lot of PC gamers going over to the PlayStation launcher to buy their games, the internet is going to have the biggest meltdown, and any PC player that says PC Master Race is going to become the biggest hypocrite known to mankind. I am talking a bigger hypocrite than Harmon, than Reforge, than anyone you can possibly think of combined. Because at that point, it will be perfectly clear that the only reason they're saying what they're saying is because Xbox bad and they basically are full of shit. So it's going to be interesting to see how that actually pans out. Because if we see people who won't go to Epic, won't go to Ubisoft, won't go to the Xbox app, but suddenly go over to PlayStation, that's going to be very, very interesting. At least for a few weeks, the drama's going to be on boiling point. And people are going to get very upset. Because the memes alone, and the way people are going to be treating that PC Master Race, is going to be downright bad.
I agree with the 70% they'll get from users on Steam will be greater than the 100% of whatever PlayStation thinks they'll get with a new launcher. I mean, you could be right. There's no way to really know. There's no way to know if the PC audience, like if you bring God of War Ragnarok to PC and they put it in their launcher first, and then, like, I don't know, 6 months later comes to Steam, you're probably correct that there's a good portion of people that would be like, well, I'm just going to wait. But if it's day and date and it's a big title and it's in demand like Spider-Man 3, I don't know, man. I think a lot of people would say it's worth it, dude. That's a good game. I played the first 2. I played Miles Morales. I played Spider-Man 2, right?
That's the point, right?
I'm not saying that there wouldn't be people that would wait. There certainly would. There'd be plenty of people that are like, dude, I'm not doing that. I only play in Steam.
Fuck you know. 2 videos and the guy is on fire. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. 2 videos I picked out where I didn't watch and I actually thought he was going to be full of shit. But that's the point I was making, right? I've been saying this for a long time. That if the games land day and date, the hype alone will make people go over and buy it. If there is massive hype for the game, the hype alone will push people to buy it. Not everyone. We're not saying everyone. But I think enough will go and do it. And this is why I was saying with Xbox, they shouldn't have put it on Steam day and date. They should have put a delay on going to Steam. So anyone that wanted to play those big games on PC would have to go through Game Pass or subscribe to Game Pass. Or they could wait 6 months to a year and get it on Steam. It's entirely up to them. I mean, Maxime, that's a different point, right? We're not looking at it in that regard. I'm just saying on the basis that if they do it this way and make it a timed exclusive for the launcher and people want to play the game now, that will be their only avenue outside of spending $500 on a console to go and play it. So you can download it, an app for free and buy the game, or you can pay $500 for a console and play the game, or you can wait 1 or 2 years and play it on Steam. I wouldn't wait 1 or 2 years. That's me personally. If I wait 1 or 2 years, chances are I'm never going to play the game. So, and this is why I've always said this is the mistake Microsoft made by putting their games day one on Steam. They never gave their launcher a chance to succeed. They basically killed their own launcher before it even had a chance to walk. The Xbox app basically started crawling, and then they kicked the Xbox app and said, sit the fuck down, you're not getting up. They never gave it a chance to grow and succeed. They just killed it straight off the bat. Because, you know, PC gamers are very stuck in their ways. They've been using Steam for a long time, and the Steam launcher is great. It's got lots of good quality of life features. But some people, and a lot of people, don't ever use those features. Like, I don't think I've ever used any feature on Steam outside of just launching a game and buying a game. That's it. That's the only two features I've used. I've never used it to mod. I've never used it to anything. Just launch the game and play. For me, a launcher is a launcher. And there are a lot of people out there like me. But if you don't give your platform a chance to flourish, you hurt it. You hurt it in really bad ways. And what Reforge is saying there is actually on point. You release it on your launcher first, give it time, and if people want to wait, they can wait. But people will buy it. Even Epic isn't bad. What's wrong with Epic? You go in, you buy your game, you play it. I mean, that would be funny, Devastator. Wasn't the last Spider-Man game like 12 hours to complete? And if so, splitting Spider-Man 3, that would probably going to take as long. Well, what they're planning on doing is, I think it took me like 14, 15 hours 16 hours to complete Spider-Man 2. But anyway, I digress. What you're going to get is two 15-hour games instead of one 30-hour game. Ati, what can I say? I didn't want to agree with him. I actually saw this title and I thought it was going to be another failed take. And it wasn't. I stand disappointed. Very disappointed. But this is a win. God, Josh, don't hit the guy like that, man. Where's Arthur? Where's Arthur? He calls Power Boss Harmon. That's cold. That's what you call a roast. That's abuse. That's not even thing. I don't even know how Power Boss even stands for that. Getting called Harmon, that's straight up abuse. But this wicked game, what is it called? I forgot what it's called. I've heard it all day today and now I can't even remember what it's called. Anyone know the name? I can't remember it. Hey, Golem is fine. I'll take Golem over over Harmon any day, buddy. But apparently that game, the Wicked game, I really forgot what it's called. No Rest for the Wicked. They've actually managed to get it working on Steam Deck and ROG Ally day one. They're getting 30 to 40 FPS on the deck. Depending on the quality of with some dips to 20 to 25 FPS. Some cinematics dip more, so it's not great. They have the game simulation running at 60 FPS, so if you lock your Steam Deck to 40 FPS refresh rate, it gives you the best version of playing it. They have said that they're going to concentrate on image quality, performance, and, you know, memory usage to try and improve it, but that's going to be post-launch. So there are updates coming for it to work better on the handhelds. But right now, it is playable at around 40 FPS. No Rest for the Wicked, yeah. No, I've never experienced that, Susanna. I have Steam and Epic open all the time. But I thought it was kind of cool that the fact that they've actually got it working. So this was actually pretty interesting. I thought it was pretty cool. What was this? Oh, that's rubbish. Alright. Now, we had some videos that someone said, the worst Palworld hot takes. Alright, let's have a look at this one. Because there was these videos, 2 videos. I hope they're not long. Because there's some React videos that people have posted here as well, which could be interesting as well. People reject new video games is another one I wanted to check out. So let's have a quick look at this one. Alright. This is someone with less than 1,000 subs. It was released 2 months ago. Apparently it's decent. Let's shut off this. Let's go to this and make it like this. And we don't want this at maximum volume because it's going to burn everyone's eardrums. The video does start at some point, right?
nother video. Today I want to focus on the worst Palworld hot takes. Make sure to like the video and subscribe.
Wait,
if you
what the
enjoy.
fuck?
I want to give a shout out to the Act-Man.
Wait.
And it does a lot of things better than Pokemon does, so that's why it's been pretty popular. Game Freak. Recent emergence of Palworld, some have taken it up.
My dude has a 50-second intro? He has a 50-second intro. Who wants to wait for a 50-second intro? $50 seconds. Do you people, guys, do you actually like 50-second intros? That's crazy, man. I mean, I'm actually working with someone at the moment to get an intro for my video, for my videos, that lasts somewhere between 7 and 9 seconds, and even that I think is too long. Even for a live stream, I think that's too long. I mean, I'm looking at maybe like I'm trying to get something that I'm happy with. That's 5-6 seconds. But anything more than that, I think is just way too long. Even 10 seconds sounds too long for me, Bold. I mean, I get how people are okay with it, but I think 5 seconds is probably the sweet spot. Maybe 6 or 7, but anything more than that is overkill. $50 seconds for an intro. Imagine if this was like a YouTube short for 30 seconds and the intro and the outro are 50 seconds each. The intro and the outro would be longer than the video. Oh.
Upon themselves to hate on the game. Others have praised it. But what is Palworld? For those of you who have been living under a rock, it's a new creature collecting game that takes inspiration from titles such as Pokemon, Ark, and Zelda. But getting a 2 million concurrent player count isn't easy, and it does a lot of things better than Pokemon does, so that's why it's been pretty popular. Game Freak and Nintendo had this giant mountain full of treasure and riches, so they haven't had to innovate very much. And when they do, they give us things like Scarlet and Violet, which could have been the best Pokemon games ever, keyword could, but fell short due to the incredible amount of bugs and glitches surrounding the open world and exploration itself. But the Pokemon vs Palworld debate is a topic for a whole nother video. Today I want to focus on the worst Palworld hot takes. Make sure to like the video and subscribe if you enjoy. I want to give a shout out to the Act-Man, as he does a lot of these hot take videos and is where I got the idea for this one, so thank you, Act-Man. But let's get into the video. The first hot take comes from Twitter and is pretty dumb, but let's check it out. Whoa. Anyways, let's get into the Oh, here we go. Starting with the first actual hot take. Palworld kind of sucked, but it's funny. I didn't.
Look, my dude was about to get based when he was about to show me some waifus, and then he took it away. This is getting a thumbs down instantly. I'm just saying that. I'm just being real. You're about to show me something that's got eye candy, waifu based, and you're gonna take it away from me. That's what you call dick teasing, right there.
Pay for the game, so I don't mind. Don't buy this game if you value your money. So the Lamb Ball uses its explosive move as it has it in its moveset. So because of this, the game sucks. Maybe take off the move and replace it with another one. I don't really see the point of this tweet, to be honest. I think the person just didn't know that the Lamb Ball can actually explode. I mean, I did some research and the move is literally called Implode. Trust me, the game has a lot of bugs, but I don't get what went wrong here. I think bro just doesn't understand how movesets work. And because of this, you shouldn't buy the game. Sound thinking. And then the user makes fun of a dude in the reply, so we'll just move on. LOL. I started tweeting because I think Palworld sucks, and now I'm losing followers. See ya. And in the reply, someone responds, now see, you play a lot of those games. I'd be interested to hear what you didn't like about it. I played a little.
Do you know who else lost a lot of followers? Tim. He tried to go down the Xbox sucks route as well. That didn't really work out well for him, did it? Very confirmed.
Little bit, and it seems like I just could play Ark. In response, the original tweeter says, the idea of it sounds fun, but between the AI crap and the slavery option, I just cannot ever see myself attempting to enjoy a game like that.
It's a fucking video game! You shoot a bunch of people and you don't care. You destroy and fucking exterminate a wildlife full of animals and you don't fucking care. And you're gonna care about someone that you can fucking put in a Pokeball? You fucking idiot. Sorry. Anyway.
It sucks that people are making games like this. So when people dislike video games, I don't tend to have an issue with people believing in what they believe in as long as they have compelling reasons. Not only has the use of AI in the game not been proven anywhere on the internet, but the slavery option is an issue? Geez, how could you force penguins to manufacture AKs? That's just wrong. I'm sorry lady, but you had to be one of those Fox News parents in the early 2000s complaining about GTA because apparently this game mechanic is just too much to handle.
Partner would let his kids play the game.
I would be able to explain to my kid the difference between real violence and fake violence. That's the responsibility of a parent to teach their kid right and wrong. Playing a video game where you kill somebody is different than actually killing somebody.
Fortner calls Grand Theft Auto 5, no matter how violent and graphic, just another art form.
An artist is making a video game. An artist makes a painting a kid might not like. But should the kid not be able to walk into a museum and look at that piece of art?
It's a game. You aren't actually...
No, the only thing I will add to that is that I didn't let my kids play GTA until they were 16. Because it's an 18 rated game, but at the age of 16, they're old enough at that point to understand what is right from wrong. But that was me as a parent making that decision. They wanted to play it, but I didn't let them play it. But what's that got to do with anything else? It's a video game. There are other things you can do in there which are really not right. But still, it's a video game.
Actually forcing your cat to make firearms. Relax. Just like in GTA, killing someone with a knife doesn't make you a murderer, and being a trainer in Palworld doesn't make you a slave owner. I think Pokemon and Palworld both suck. Finally, a real take. All video games suck. Don't play them, don't enjoy them. If you do, you're a chump. Did I mention to you on my sick?
You know what? He just said Halo 2 is bad. This dude clearly has no... He has no chill at all. Look. If you're looking for a waifu, just look up Loslin from Terra Fantasy 4.0. Them thighs are for days. Anime, I'm surprised you haven't even seen it yet. That's all I'm saying.
Sigma, subscribe to my Bustlers University. The next hot take is pretty long, so I'll summarize it in a few sentences. It comes from the Chief of Staff.
That is not a hot take. That is a Nibs ChatGPT response. But a hot take is something that takes 2 lines. That is a Nibs ChatGPT.
That works on a game called Dead by Daylight. Someone...
Devastator, this is a good video.
These concerns are actually reasonable, such as the bugginess and balancing issues. Keep in mind the game is in early access and even he brings this up, but of all people, a Dead by Daylight associate? I've played a lot of the game, and it's one of the most tedious and repetitive gameplay loops I've ever experienced. Not saying the game is bad, but to put it into context, this is the person who's talking about emptiness. Where this take gets really hot is when he discusses warmth and how in Pokemon you get this through connecting with your ball pals. It is the exact same experience in Palworld. You see a nice animal, you capture it, you like it, you get attached to it. I have no idea what this guy's on about. And maybe if his company developed new games, maybe he'd have more weight to his argument, but it just comes off as those salty devs that dogged on Baldur's Gate 3 because their garbage tier titles couldn't put players before profit. Palworld sucks, man. You get farmed by everything trying to go out for resources and you
Also, games like Sonic 2006 allowed a human and a hedgehog to have a relationship. Baldur's Gate 3 then took that to the next level, where a human and a bear could have sex. You also had two pigs having sex too, so, I can see where the guy wants to bond with his pals and give them anal and stuff. Leave the guy alone. Everyone has their fetish. That's all I'm gonna say.
Pals suck because they get nerfed the second you put them in a ball. This game just blows massive. So besides the obvious don't go at night advice, what can you do? I think it's a genuine skill issue, but it seems as if this guy doesn't understand level scaling. Maybe get better pals if your pals aren't good. I mean, what can you really say in this instance? There's not much this guy can do. I think he's just bad at video games. Hot take, but Palworld actually sucks. Like, yeah, it's giving Pokemon a competitor, but that's not saying much because modern Pokemon also sucks. Only real difference is Pokemon doesn't steal assets. There has never been a proven case of Palworld stealing assets from.
But there has been a proven case of Pokemon stealing assets because we've seen them from Dragon Quest. Cha-ching! I just need to close my window because I'm about to freeze my ball bags off. Alright, we're good. We're good.
Any game. Sure, the temperature and stamina bar look nearly identical to Breath of the Wild, but it's not a stolen asset. I feel like 99% of the people who use this word asset don't actually understand what that means. An asset is an actual item, graphic, or anything similar within a game. For it to be stolen, it would have to be that exact file just in another game. Make fun of.
Unless we're talking about human assets, right? Because some assets on males and females are pretty damn good. Gonna leave that there. You can make of that statement what you think.
The designs all you want, but they aren't stolen assets. Side note, going to this person's Twitter profile, they have this tweet, so maybe not the most trustworthy person to be talking about assets. Sucks to hear that Palworld CEO being pro AI. Here I was hoping for them to be a worthwhile competitor to Game Freak, so that they would actually put effort into the Pokemon games. This is in reference to the CEO making a game utilizing a lot of AI features, and making statements pro AI. Now my personal take on AI is that it should be used in video games. For example, when you need to get basic starter lines of code out of the way, you can use AI. Doesn't mean a game is AI generated, it just means that a person can use AI to assist with the much smaller things. Another thing as well, these types of people act as if AI is going away anytime soon, and I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, but it's only going to get better from here. I don't feel like
AI is not going anywhere, right? AI is here to stay. And unless law comes out prohibiting its use entirely, AI is only going to get bigger, better, and more prevalent and more involved in everything we do. So the sooner people accept it and get with a program and actually use AI to better themselves and integrate it in ways to better themselves, the better. And Devastator, good video.
like AI will ever replace us because it doesn't make abstract thinking beyond the data sets you give it. In other words, it can't think outside of the box. And thinking outside of the box is what humans do best. Even though I made a lot of fun of the people in this video, don't take me as a Palworld stan, because the game genuinely does have a lot of issues. I think it's valid to point out that the game does take heavy inspiration from Ark, Zelda, and Pokemon, but it excels in the best way possible and gives people what they want from a dry franchise like Pokemon. But what do you think? Leave your opinions down below in the comments, like the video if you enjoyed it, give me a subscribe if you really enjoyed it. Thank you so much for making it to the end of the video. Now peace out.
Do you know what? It was a good video. I liked it. We or they are already training. I give it a like. I'll give this dude a subscribe as well. That was a good video. Let's see what else have we got. So there's this one here that caught my eye. This was posted by Snowy Rains, who's in chat. They posted this quite some time ago. Hopefully it's not too
Josh
long.
Brown, people are not playing.
24 minutes. Let's see what else we got. That one might be a little too long for now. It's another Palworld video. Do you want to check out this video? This report proves the game industry is broken. Shall we react to this one? We've got this one and...
Hey, today I'm back at
this one over here. Palworld CEO allegedly accuses Tencent of copying, which he doesn't. That's already been debunked. And we've got one more. I'll tell you what, chat. We're going to do one more video, and you can choose the one you want. So we've got Helldivers 2 has been forgotten by Harmon. We've got this report proves the game industry is broken. It's got 2.1k upvotes. So it seems like a good video. And we've got Palworld CEO allegedly accuses Tencent. Which one do you want? Alright, we'll do two then, seeing as it's split. So you guys want all three? You guys are greedy, ain't you? Okay, let's start with... Let's start with a Tencent, then we'll go to Harmon, and then end with the big one. Alright, let's start with this one. Since you want all three, and you're undecided.
again, but this time we're going to talk about Palworld. Right now, the CEO has allegedly been accused of accusing Tencent of creating a game that's pretty much a copy of Palworld. Not only that, but we're also going to take a look at some bugs that you guys have reported in the last video. So let's go ahead and dive right into this. Let's begin by discussing this weird situation going on with Tencent and Palworld. What we know...
I just want to say that's like a perfect intro, right? 2-3 seconds, gets to the point, it's done, moves on. Just wanted to highlight that it's not a 50-second intro. It's a 2-3 second.
Already is that about a month ago, Tencent did confirm that they are working on a game that is inspired by Palworld. And surprisingly enough, the trailer was just revealed about 2 days ago. And Pocket Pair's CEO had this to say in response to the video. Tencent is already making a Palworld clone game. In China, various companies are simultaneously developing...
And I just want to add, right? All this talk about AI that we're having right now. AI has existed for years, right? It's nothing new. Do you think that all that stuff that you do in Photoshop or Adobe Premiere, or whether you're using a coding tool that allows for drag and drop, isn't AI? There's a lot of machine learning that's done in the background that, you know, regurgitates the information as code and allows for it to happen. You're using a GUI to do it. And sure, it's not like draw me a circle and it's drawing you a circle, but it's still doing all the legwork for you. You're just doing the easy parts. So AI has existed for a long time. It's just a buzzword now, and it's being taken to the next level. But AI has been around for a while. I mean, Cortana's... Exactly. Oh, and Brick, I saw you yesterday in Tower of Fantasy. I even waved and you didn't wave back. I am hurt. Just saying. I saw that rejection. And I remember it.
Mobile clones of Palworld, and the budget scale is about 10 billion yen, 10 times that of Palworld. ... It looks like there will be a ton of Genshin quality monsters or girl breeding games released next year. ... Amazing times. Then
Wait,
the
you did?
CEO continued on to reply to
I'll take it
another
back.
user saying,
I'll take it back.
Gorilla is also really funny. I can tell that they've done a lot of research into high quality games, so it makes me laugh. Then IGN decided to report on this by saying, The CEO of Pocket Pair has accused Chinese game companies of making Palworld clones and said that their budgets are 10 times larger than Palworld. And the CEO over at Pocket Pair had this to say in response to IGN's post. To accuse someone of something means they are doing something wrong. I don't think what Tencent is doing is wrong. I'm proud that other companies want to make games like Palworld. The industry historically innovates when we borrow ideas from games we love. I'm surprised that many high-quality mobile games are already in development. Now, before we progress any further, I do want to say one thing about this post is because when I first saw it, I thought, yeah, man, Palworld is definitely knocking on Tencent, which is not necessarily a bad thing because I guess if you were to assume that another game is copying your work or your ideas, you would probably call them out on it. And that's what I thought Takaro was doing as well. But now that I see this other post here, it doesn't seem like that at all. He's pretty much just saying, you know, if we copy each other's ideas, we can.
Does anyone see this map as the Elden Ring map? Because this is the Elden Ring map. This is Elden Ring, man. This is a reskinned Elden Ring map. This is literally... I do. I've seen the Elden Ring map from a bird's eye view. I see Elden Ring here.
Can create some better games, essentially, right? Because he did say historically that's how things are. If you take a look at various games,
BoldAlpha, it is Limgrave. It is. That's what it is.
Tend to copy each other's ideas to create some better ideas or to create some better games. And that really does happen, so he's not wrong there at all. And also, there might have been some sort of language barrier, right? When you're translating posts, maybe...
Also, just to confirm, people have got the maps from Elden Ring and put it side by side with the Palworld map, and it is identical. The whole structure is identical for a certain area. So the map was basically taken from Elden Ring and then reskinned to what it is here. They even have the same broken bridges in there.
There's some things that just didn't come across well, and that could have happened, honestly. Anyways, the CEO continues on by saying, "This is my original post, I didn't accuse." And he also created this other post saying, "I didn't accuse anyone, I was just surprised." The community manager for both Palworld and Craftopia had this to say in response to all this stuff going on with the CEO. Bucky says, "To echo what Takaro is saying, it really is incredible how quickly companies like Tencent began making Palworld clones. The budget on some of these clones is incredible too. 2025 will be the year of Palworld and Helldivers clones. And although most of these will be mobile games that many Western gamers won't play, I still think that it's pretty amazing. We're aware of a few already in development, so it'll be interesting to see what sort of spin they put on then to make them more suitable for mobile audiences. Now the real question is, who will be the first company to make a Palworld mobile clone where the gacha is cute girls instead of monsters? I'm sure someone is working on it." Okay, before I do comment on what he had said at the beginning, the last part definitely got...
Alright, look. All I'm going to say is my dude is based. He clearly knows the audience. A gacha based on cute waifus. Instant moneymaker right there. That's literally printing money right now. That is literally printing money right now. That shit will be... What you mean, Power Boss?
Got me. Is he talking about creating a pregnancy game that essentially we're able to...
How did you take a pregnancy game from a waifu gacha game? What is wrong with this guy?
To pop out some babies and then be like, hey man, if you're age 1 or age 2, you're going to the cobalt mines and you're going to start mining away for the rest of your life. Is that what he's implying? If so, Man, that sounds like an incredible game. And so yeah, I'm sure there is someone out there that is going to create that game. But jokes aside, I'm sure that's not what Bucky was implying.
That is not what he was implying.
Takeru meant any harm when he did create this post, but I think it was taken out of context quite a lot. Personally, I would like to know your guys' opinions on this. What do you think about this situation? Do you think it's weird? Do you think Takeru meant any harm on it? Let me know your thoughts down below. Continuing on.
No, Takeru didn't mean anything bad by it. He's clearly saying that the reality is the other companies like Tencent are massive. They have, 100 times the resource that Pocket Pair has. So they can invest in games in more ways than Pocket Pair could dream. They also have the experience of mobile games. They also have the experience of making these gacha games. They also have the experience of working on these games. They know what sells, what doesn't sell, what works, what doesn't work. They've had multiple experiences that have been successful and multiple that have failed. I mean, if you're looking under CN stores for Play Store, for example, or whatever store they use over there, like a WeChat or whatever, you'll see that they've got a massive assortment of mobile games because that is their main form of play. But is it a surprise that they're going to be making Palworld clones? No, it's a successful game, and anything that's seen as successful is going to get tapped into. Just look at Genshin Impact. It really was the first of its kind for a mobile game to appear in that form. Now you've got so many clones that look like it, that are trying to capitalize and fail. It's crazy. But that's the biggest challenge that they're going to have. With so much competition in the mobile market, it's harder for a mobile game to succeed than it is for a live service game to succeed. So Tencent could make like 20 of these games and not one of them would succeed like Palworld has, because people have put in hundreds, if not thousands of hours into Palworld. So they're not going to be prepared to let go of those 1,000 hours to move over to something new, unless it offers something so drastically brilliant that they have to go there. Like waifus.
We are now going to talk about some bugs in the latest Palworld update. This right here comes from a user named Omaya. If I am saying that correctly, I'm probably not. This is what this user had to say. My pals will not work unless I stand there watching them. I want them to work when I am not in render distance. I thought for a while they were, but they've gone back to me having to stand there, or they don't move. Is this a glitch or intended to cut down on lag? The answer to that is absolutely no. I do not believe this right here is actually supposed to happen, because when I'm in game, at least on PC, I can actually see all of my pals working and everything is perfectly fine. If any of you are on Xbox, could you let me know down below if you have been experiencing this issue as of late? There's also another huge problem going on right now that has been going on for months now, and that is dungeons. A lot of you have been informing me about this each time I upload a video, and I thought I would include those comments as well as talk about it in general. For those unaware, what's going on right now is that if you're on Xbox and you enter inside of a dungeon, most likely the game will crash and you will have to restart the game. There was quite a few comments last time. For example, some can be found right here. I just want my game to not crash as soon as I enter the game, Xbox One. Then another user by the name of Dark Knight had this to say.
Why is this game even working on the Xbox One? The Xbox One shouldn't even be running this game.
My Xbox updated roughly about 8 in the morning, Central Time this morning, and honestly, I just want some dungeons that I'll actually be able to go through, because the last time I played, I still have not been able to go through any of the dungeons whatsoever. And lastly right here, this user at the top named Eternal had this to say. Love to see it not crash my Steam Deck after 40 minutes. I'd like to see dungeons work for once. There appears to be issues not only on Xbox, but also on Steam Deck. So if you do own one and you are experiencing some issues, maybe those two are connected somehow. Maybe there's something that Xbox is experiencing that is quite similar to the Steam Deck version. And maybe the developers can actually figure it out soon. because this does seem like a huge problem, especially if you're someone out there that has paid $500, $600 for a Steam Deck. Pretty much if you're on Xbox or on Steam Deck version, you're going to experience this bug regardless. I wasn't aware of that until I saw that comment, and hopefully you guys out there that are experiencing this, maybe there will be some sort of patch this next update that will resolve those issues. And the last bug that I would like to bring up is another dungeon bug, but this one is completely different. What's happening is that once you reach the end, you will automatically fall through the floor. Again, this might be on Xbox, I couldn't tell you, maybe Steam Deck as well, but this is what this user had to say. Dungeon bug. Sometimes I reach an end of the dungeon and I clip out of the floor. I think the devs knew about this bug since if you clip out of the dungeon to the bottomless void, you teleport back to your nearest base. Someone else replied with, don't stand near the middle tree. That floor underneath it, from what I heard, made of jello. Okay, this right here, I have to test it out on Steam at some point and see if it is broken. But if it is, then that is going to be a spot I am absolutely going to avoid. What I would like to know is if you have experienced some bugs like this, or if you have experienced any unusual bugs that have not been reported. Let me know down below in the comments section. Alright, moving on, we do have to talk about one more thing, and I do have to bring it up because I know some of you have been experiencing some issues with the Bambino glitch. A lot of you cannot do this because you do not have a fast flying type of PAL. If that is the case, you can pick up a different PAL, and we'll get into that in just a second. But in order to do this glitch, if you're not too sure how to do it, you need to place down a PAL box. We also want to make sure that we have a flat land like so. Make sure the landscape is pretty flat because this is going to help out quite a lot when we do use the PAL that we're about to use. Now we do want to place down some wooden stools. You will need to stack them on top of each other. One on the bottom, one at the top. After doing that, you could then place the summoning altar on top of the stool. And once you have placed the altar on top, you can then capture a PAL named Funglo. If I am saying that correctly, okay, Google Translate said it that way, so I'm going to say it that way. I have no clue how to say it, honestly. So with that to the side, we want this PAL because it has an ability called Cloud Tempest. What this skill is going to do is give you a tremendous amount of speed so that you can get out of the way and perform the glitch. Now once you have captured that PAL and you have that skill available, we are going to delete the bottom portion, so delete both of those stools, then place a campfire pit right underneath it. We are going to then throw in a slab into the slot, accept it, then tap C so that you can use the skill. If you do it correctly, this should happen right here. If you end up getting too close to the raid boss, what will happen is she will be triggered and she'll go after you. What I suggest is wait in and out about 8:35, go over there and attack her, because if you do not attack her, she's only going to give you a dark huge egg. So you will need to attack her, and then she'll give you more than just that. Hope you guys have enjoyed the updated method. If you have any questions, comment down below. Thank you guys so much for the support.
Okay, this video died towards the end. This died towards the end. That got real boring. Real boring. Alright. Helldivers 2 has been forgotten. Has it been forgotten though? Let's see. Helldivers 2 Steam charts. Oh, it's not got the peaks it used to have.
Helldivers 2 has already been forgotten, right? The numbers are way down. Nobody's talking about this game anymore. Nobody remembers it. Like, the game is done, essentially. And in a couple of weeks, when a Stellar Blade comes out, that'll be quickly forgotten too. It's going to be a very exciting time, like seeing these games like fall off the radar and just fail to compete with whatever Nintendo has releasing later in the year. But I do think the main thing to take away from the Helldivers 2 situation is that, like, very similar to the Palworld situation, in which people like tried to frame the game as being way more popular than like the game it was ripping off, right? Helldivers 2 was not anywhere near as popular as people were making it out to be, right? People love the boast about like the player count on Steam, right? Like, oh, look how many players they have. But in reality, like, who cares? Right, that is like my big thing when it comes to like seeing sales numbers or seeing Metacritic scores or seeing player counts. Who cares, right? Like, if you're not talking about the actual game, I don't want to hear it.
If no one is playing the game, it's a really bad game. If people, if the servers are maxing out and people are playing it, it's a good game.
And the fact that like Helldivers 2 was so reliant on trying to like present itself as like, oh, it's totally anti-woke, guys, you know, just like Stellar Blade, oh, those Koreans really know how to make anti-woke games, right? Like it couldn't be more obvious that
But they do know how to make anti-woke games.
That the current situation when it comes to Sony is that they're panicking, right? You know, they're not selling a lot of units.
Yeah, Metal Gear Solid is
their
on
games. You know, people have caught on to the fact that the PlayStation brand is trash. So they're just like, okay, call up the boys at Square, call up them, you know, hype up Stellar Blade, hype up this, you know, fund some like low budget project that nobody cares about. Like we have to like try and win back fans. So like what happens, right? They released the beginning trailer for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, right? They dropped the Stellar Blade thing and manufacture the game journal thing, which is manufactured, by the way. I don't think people understand this, that they are deliberately trying to antagonize you and get pre-orders for the game. I do think it's safe to say at this point that Stellar Blade is coasting entirely off of this like controversy in regards to the character design. When like,
I mean, I'd agree with that. I mean, a lot of people don't like the way Stellar Blade plays, and I'm hearing a lot of people are really unhappy with how the combat is. It's really slow and unresponsive. And this is, if you remember when I played it, I said that the parrying was off, right? Right? If you remember, I said I'm pressing the parry button, but it's not coming off on time. And then Shift Up said you have to have your monitor or your TV in game mode in order for you to be able to get the timing right. And so I had to adjust and parry early to actually get it correct. So it was really annoying in that regard, and that is not getting fixed by the final release. It's not getting fixed by the release, from what I'm told. But hey, graphically, it looks amazing. And all that talk from Yoko Taro, you must have seen all the comments, right? Where Yoko Taro said that this game is better than Nier Automata. He did not say that. Every single article that came out with that statement, every single tweet that came out with that statement is a lie. If you read the actual article, he said graphically, this game is better than Nier Automata. Well, no shit, Sherlock. Your game was developed back on, like, what, the PS4? This is on the PS5. It's going to look better.
Nobody really cares all that much. And then, like, you have... what was the last one? You have Helldivers 2, which they tried to present as, like, a very base, traditional, like, online shooting franchise. Like, oh, it's so cool, it's so original, it's just like Starship Troopers, like, nothing like the book, like the shitty movie that I didn't understand the point of the book. But, like, oh, but it's so cool, like, and already been forgotten, right? And looking at Helldivers 2, looking at the numbers, looking how quickly it's fallen off, comparing it to a certain Nintendo shooting franchise, like, I think it's safe to say that Helldivers 2 was not as successful or popular as Splatoon 3. If you think about it, Splatoon 3 has maintained its relevancy for 2 years straight. You know, Helldivers 2 is not going to manage 6 months at this rate. Like, in another couple of months, this thing will be completely forgotten. Not that it isn't already forgotten, but, like, the life cycle for these things are very, very brief. You know, like, I remember Street Fighter 6 coming out, and people saying, like, oh, it's the best Street Fighter game ever, and then it just fell off, and nobody really talked about it again. You know, Tekken 8 came out, like, oh, it's the best game ever.
Who's talking about Splatoon 3? Who's talking about Splatoon 3? I mean, this is the first time I've heard the name. I hear more and more people talking about Foam Stars than I do Splatoon 3. I hear more people talking about Foam Stars than I do Splatoon 3. I'm just going to put that out there.
And then, that fell off too, right? Like, people keep doing this thing where they're pretending these games are a lot more successful than they really are. And sometimes the truth comes out, like with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, how people have begun to notice that the Final Fantasy brand sales have like tanked really hard over the past several years, right? Because of Square like refusing to make high quality products. But I think that also extends to other companies as well, companies that people don't necessarily think about all that much. I remember, this is how old I am. I remember when the industry was trying to pretend that PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale was a competitive, viable alternative to Smash Bros. Right? This was in like 2012. This was like
this
the
is
thing that was
really bad reach coping.
This was going to, Brawl wasn't super popular, and people just really push this narrative that like, oh man, all these iconic PlayStation characters are going to come together in this one game. If anything, all that game did was just prove to everyone just how like how irrelevant the entire PlayStation catalog is. Like they didn't even have Snake. They didn't have a Cloud. They had like Sackboy. They had Raiden. Yeah, Smash Bros got Raiden. Smash Bros got Solid Snake, and PlayStation All Stars Battle Royale got Raiden. I think that by itself demonstrates how like different the different level of quality there, right? And I think that's become more apparent with like Smash 4 and Smash Ultimate. Just how much better the Nintendo backlog is.
I mean, they could
more people care about the characters, even for ones that aren't considered like all-time classics. It's crazy to see how much like people love people like characters like Pyra and Mithra, or Min Min in my case, or like a lot of the other newer characters in Smash Ultimate, right? Like those characters leave an impact. They have an impression. They have fans. They have high quality products that people want to see come back. Like Dragon Quest has become popular in the West now because of what Square has been doing. To me, we're seeing more and more, I think, that Nintendo IPs continue getting more popular every year. People discover Dragon Quest XI. They discover like Live Alive, the remake. They discover like 13 Sentinels, Aegis Rim. Cereza and the Lost Demon, Bayonetta 2 and 3, right? All of these absolute bangers, right? With Helldivers 2, as it like declines in popularity and it stops being like the flavor of the month game, like nobody's gonna remember Helldivers 2. Nobody's gonna think back like a year from now today, like, oh man, playing Helldivers 2 was the time of my life. No, like Helldivers 2 has no longevity to it. It isn't relevant. And I think with talks that Sony's going to acquire the company, I really think by the time they make a sequel, people are going
Guys,
to
this was so far out there that I think even for Harmon this was bad. This was a really awful video. That was really awful. Okay, we've got one more video to check out, and then I'm going to call it a night myself. There is a 15-second clip that he wanted me to check out, so I'm going to do that. I didn't see it, Power Boss.
Oh, Joe, we fast!
Wait, what is this game? Waifumon? Right? I need to pick up this game. Clearly, this game was designed for me. Alright, we've got one more video to watch, and then that's it. Waifumon is going to have to be something I check out. I'll have a look at it after the stream, Power Boss. Alright, it's the last video for tonight, and then we call it. Because I'm getting tired myself. A grounded stream? Yeah, it could work. Probably going to be now after I move, so I've got everything set up. But after I've moved, we can definitely set something up. Because my time at the moment is very unpredictable as I'm getting closer to being evicted. And the guy that's dealing with our moving has decided to take a 2-week holiday. So we're losing another 2 weeks on that as well. So yeah, it's got a lot of packing. So my time between now and the 22nd of May is going to be very unpredictable on what I can do and what I can't do. But once I've moved, Power Boss, we can definitely do it. So watch this space.
New video games.
Is everyone still playing Grand Theft Auto 5, Scott Tilford?
Yeah. 11 years later, playing a PlayStation 3 game. Can't get enough of it. Xbox 360 is old over new again. This is a report comes from Newzoo, an analyst firm, who did a report based on all platforms and looking at monthly active users for all video games across 2023. And they realized that the average game being played across PlayStation and Xbox was 7 years old. 7.2 on Xbox, 7.4 on PlayStation. The average age of games being played on PC is almost a decade, and Nintendo's average is 3.9 years. It is interesting here that Nintendo were the only platform to have multiple console exclusives propping up the top 10. Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom is at number 2, Mario Wonders at 3, and then you've got Mario Kart, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Animal Crossing, Smash Brothers, all in the top 10, which are only available on Switch. Another notable thing is that Starfield was the only single-player game across Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. And to quote Pure Xbox's write-up of the report, players spend over 60% of their time playing games that were 6 years or older in 2023, which was an increase from 57% in 2022 and 45% in 2021. The last thing is that only 23% of these games were new releases, with the charts dominated by Call of Duty, Roblox, Minecraft, GTA 5, and Fortnite, which I feel like...
I mean, this is why you don't see Xbox making the big moves for the bigger games, because this is where all the players are. And if people are spending more time playing older games because they're still trying to get through their backlog, there's no real rush for it.
Like people will already have noticed, if you ever go on the search bar on the PlayStation, it's the same games over and over again. There's only so many subs in that top 10.
That's it, man. Like I said, I was joking about GTA 5 earlier, but you know, we got the results for the most bought game in the UK over the last year, and GTA 5 was still in the top 10. That thing will never exit, and you can reliably count Call of Duty.
All right, I have to ask. How many people could possibly be buying GTA 5? Like, how, after all these years, is that game still in the top 10 most purchased games? Someone at Rockstar must be just rebuying the same game over and over again, right? I mean, someone has to be just... It's crazy. Triple dipping.
And Assassin's Creed and Mario Kart and FIFA and a bunch of others as franchises.
Yeah, but Savannah, even if they're giving it away for free, by now everyone has a copy of it. How is there someone that doesn't have this game available?
That constantly are in that top 10 and very rarely drop out. And if they do, they're straight back in. This, to me, I don't care what people play, but to me, it's worrying because this is exactly why I think publishers are pivoting towards live services and fewer games, but like banking on them in a much bigger way because, yeah, you can make a game that makes a lot of money, but the absolute golden goose, the ceiling they're trying to hit is a game like a Fortnite, a game like a Roblox that you are playing that is always in the conversation and is being in the top 10 most played games 7 years after it released. That to them is exactly what they want, and they will sacrifice everything at the altar of trying to achieve that.
The thing is, like, it's so brazen. Like, if you bring up the games that are actually in the top 10, like I mentioned, you've got your Robloxes, your Fortnites. GTA 5's been in there since day one. It was replaced by the next-gen version that came out in 2014, and then obviously the next-gen version that happened again. GTA 5's just ticked over, and Minecraft. And Rainbow Six Siege has quite a tail on it as well, which is interesting.
I was surprised by that because I knew it was huge and had a huge player base, but I had wondered if that had dwindled over the past couple of years, but seems not. Seems like that thing's still going strong.
My overall...
I'm really surprised that Rainbow Six is still going strong. I thought that game would have actually died down and disappeared, but it's actually still pretty solid and going on. I might actually go back to it at some point. It was a fun game when I played it. And actually, Susanna, I take that back. I've still got some Nikkei and Terra Fantasy dailies to do, so I'm going to do those before I go sleep. But that's going to be outside of the stream.
Thing is that like that whole thing of like, oh, the industry's pivoting into trying to have their own Fortnite. We've seen that everywhere. You see Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League is their attempt at making a Fortnite. It even has the battle bus style missions in it, in terms of protecting the thing or having a battle bus iconography in there. To me, there are only so many slots in this top 10 because in terms of the amount of money they would want to make from those games.
Yeah.
And you see it from the likes of Square Enix, where they're perpetually unhappy with anything they put out. But still, the viability of an average gamer picking up a new game, I feel like that's gone down. Like I have primary research from family members of mine who are regular gamers who aren't picking up games on the regular anymore. I don't know if you've experienced that.
Well, I've noticed that the amount of people buying games has slowed down. Like a lot of my friends, they don't buy the latest games anymore because they've just got so many games that came out in 2023, for example, that they actually did buy that they still haven't had a chance to play. And like, I still want to play Hogwarts Legacy. I've had that game for a while now, and I haven't been able to play it because I haven't had the time. But, you know, I've got so many games that I want to play. Like, I made a list today on Discord. Let me bring it up. Let me just quickly bring it up. I know people on Discord can't see it, but I just made a quick list of games that I personally wanted to finish. And the list goes, right? Final Fantasy 5, 6, 9. I want to finish the story for 11 because they just released a new expansion that they finished. I want to be up to date and complete Dawn Trail. You got Sonic Frontiers, which was gifted to me, so I want to play through that. Hogwarts Legacy, Cyberpunk 2077, recently added to my list of games to play on the Xbox. Fallout 3, New Vegas 4, and 76. I want to finish Redfall, Starfield, Lies of P, Cocoon, Persona 3 Reload. There's probably more on that list that I haven't listed yet. But these were all done off head, by the way, off memory. For PS5, Final Fantasy 16, I want to finish Ragnarok. I want to finish Rift Apart, Valkyrie Elysium. On the Switch, I want to finish Metroid Dread, Mario Odyssey, Xenoblade 1, 2, and 3. For multiplayer games, I want to finish Sea of Stars, Dragon Quest 9, Shin Megami Tensei 5. That's a lot of games that I want to get through, and the games that I want to finish are getting added all the time. In a couple of days, Stellar Blade is going to get added to that list. Then Hellblade, although I'll probably finish that real quick on stream, because that's going to be something I want to play through and finish ASAP. So we're probably going to be doing like a double or triple day stream of that game to finish it on stream for those that care about it. But I think this is a list that I just made up on the spot, and I'm going to check them off one by one and add to it as I go through. But these are the games that I want to finish right now. That's a lot of games right there. And there's games that I know that I've missed. If any of you mention Kong and Gollum, I swear to God, don't you dare.
As well.
Yeah.
But I feel like in general, people play less games, and I wonder whether that's a price point thing, like games are worth more than ever. Sorry, cost more than ever.
God damn it, there's Destiny 2 as well. I need to finish the bloody campaign.
And then are often more broken than ever as well.
Yeah, man.
But also, like that whole idea of the live service future or the live service present.
Don't do it.
Is that more palatable now? Is that just
Delete
the way
that
the
comment.
industry is now? And that attempt to sort of try and make single player stuff. People are asking for single player stuff, but then the market only reflects a multiplayer. Overall, only reflects multiplayer games. Like the fact that Starfield is the only single player game in there, Baldur's Gate 3 didn't permeate.
Yes.
Like that's kind of fascinating.
Absolutely, and I think
that's a really good point, right? For all the game of the year and for all of this, and everyone saying they've played this many hours and that many hours of Baldur's Gate 3, it did not make it into the top 10. But Starfield did. Clearly game of the generation. Oh, for fuck's sake. There's Genshin as well. What? No, Taz, thank you for that super chat, but you can piss off. You can kindly just piss off. Okay, hold on. I need to add this there. Tower of Fantasy. Oh, you guys are killing me. Stop it. At least I can put asterisks next to those ones. Because I just need to get up to date with a story and then I can turn it off. Anyway.
I think it's interesting what you say about why aren't people buying, new games? Is it the price point? Is it something else? Is it the state that the game's often releasing, like Cyberpunk or something like that? And I think I said this on a podcast a few weeks ago, but I always think about myself because I'm a narcissistic a-hole.
As well you should.
But I think about like my own relationship with buying games, and it's like, I have a job where we talk about games all the time, so, I've got a big reason to buy them, apart from them just being a thing I'm passionate about. And I'm fortunately, touch wood, at this moment in time, financially stable enough to be able to pay
£70
price point.
The $1.99 super chat.
And yet, something like Dead Space comes out that I absolutely, have this attachment to, was looking forward to, and I go, I don't know if I can afford £70 this time.
Yeah.
Star Wars Jedi Survivor drops, and I'm scouring reviews for the first time in ages because I'm thinking, even though I'll cover it on for work or whatever, £70 a lot of money, and if it's going to be a little bit broken, like, am I going to regret that decision? So
see, this is the thing, right? I think he has a good point here. So when games are priced at £70, £80, you think twice about buying them because it's a lot of investment for a game that you may or may not like. But equally, if a game is on the subscription model, like Game Pass, it cheapens it to a point where you start playing it, and if you put it down, you just don't care because you haven't really paid for it. So you're happy to jump from game to game because there's no investment there. There's no reason to pull you back in and say, I just paid money for this game, so I'm going to play it until it's finished. You got it as part of your subscription, so it's kind of there as for free as part of the subscription that you're paying for. I know that's an oxymoron statement, but I'm hoping you understand what I mean. But when you price it too high, you have the complete opposite effect where you just don't buy the game. And by the time you consider buying it because it's gone on sale, the hype for that game is already dead, the desire to play it is gone, and something else that you've been looking forward to actually does drop. And then you played that instead. And then that game continues to go into your backlog of games that pretty much go to the Google graveyard. So what they need to do to enable people to take a bite, entice them to buy it, is go from that $70-$80 down to the $40-$50 range. Because at $40-$50, more people are prepared to make the jump. Helldivers 2 was a gamble, but at £30, £35, it was a gamble people were willing to pay. Do you think people would have paid £70 for Helldivers 2 if it was priced at £70? Absolutely not. But they knew that, so they priced it at £35 because they knew that that was a sweet spot where people would take the risk. Now, with other games like Dragon's Dogma 2, you don't need the risk. The name itself is going to sell it. But instead of them selling 2 million or 2.5 million copies within the first week or so, at £50, they could have sold 4 million copies. Do you see what I'm saying? And where they would have made, well, in theory, they would have still made net more money at a lower cost, because at the volume that they would be selling at, it would be higher. But people would just be more willing to take that risk. But once you get to that 70, 75, 80 pound, people see that as £100. It's too close to it. So people now look at that psychologically and say, this is closer to $100. Do I want to pay $100 for a game? Even though it's not $100, psychologically, that's the question that goes through your head. And the answer for most people will be no. And by the time they get around to buying that game for $80 once it's gone on sale, they don't want to play it anymore because the hype is gone, the interest is gone, the desire is gone, and they move on to the next shiny game. Let me know what you think in chat, by the way.
Someone who does this for a living and is in the industry or whatever is questioning it to that level. Like, surely a more casual player is looking at these games going, ain't no way I'm going to play Fortnite because that is free and all my mates play it and it's accessible, it's got cross-platform play. Hell yeah, I'm just going to jump into that.
Yeah, I'm kind of like in a wider sense, I'm fascinated by what brings people to buy the video games. Like, I feel like the last big thing we were all talking about, if you go before Helldivers 2, which felt like a big moment this year of like a lot of people were either curious about Helldivers 2, a lot of people picked up Helldivers 2, and were a lot of people talking about like the heyday of Xbox 360, Xbox Live multiplayer, loved all that stuff. To me, the last time that everyone turned heads was Elden Ring. And that was like mid 2022. Like, it's been a long time. As packed as 2023 was, I didn't feel like there was a huge thing that you had everybody talking about, the water cooler video games. And I don't know whether that echelon of games is dead. Because it's that whole wider conversation about monoculture, and it was so much easier to track specific releases, and we were all the actual fan base was smaller. Like, you had console manufacturers and studios not targeting the mainstream as much, etc.
Yeah.
Like, I'm fascinated by all those conversations because, to me, at least, the monoculture conversation is at the heart of why everything feels so disparate.
Yeah,
and it's like something. Do you think about how omnipresent the MCU was? A lot of people, or the vast majority of people, either had an opinion on the MCU or they were watching the movies. And since then, in cinema, there's not really been anything like that.
Yeah.
And that's only in the cinema side. But like, I do think that there is an impact from that. And you're seeing it in the games industry. Like, I guess all the top 10s, the Fortnites, the Robloxes, they are almost their own monocultures, but they're kind of siphoned off. Like, they're not necessarily permeating outside of their own islands.
Disparate, I think, is the right word there, because you can get these things that are so popular, but they are popular because of the communities they attach and attract, and that doesn't really spread to the mainstream in a way where everyone is talking about it. Like, you're not going to your friends like, you need to play this. You'll recommend it to the people you know who will like it, or you might recommend it to your pal who plays games and get them in, and you'll talk about it online on the Reddits and the Discords, and you'll have that community there, which is great. But like you said, it's so hard to break through and release a game or release a movie or release a television show that everyone feels like they need to drop everything and watch. Like, there have been...
I agree with what they're saying there. Like, Helldivers 2, if it wasn't for the community team doing what they're doing on social media, it wouldn't be the same. Like, what the social team is doing right now, they're treating this game as a true live service. They're treating this Helldivers 2 as a living thing that's evolving with time, like a live service should be. Right? And that is, in my opinion, what is keeping Helldivers alive. The community team is doing a bang-up job in keeping that narrative going, dropping little tidbits, dropping little encrypted messages onto social media where the community is going in and trying to decipher it. A lot of what Bungie used to do back in the days when they actually gave a shit about Destiny. Helldivers 2 is doing that right now, and is doing a really good job in keeping it. But at the same time, it's not a type of game that's going to have you going and saying, hey, look, check this out, guys. I'm playing this. You should all be playing it as well. It's got its own community. And if you like it, you'll have known about it and you'll have jumped into it and invested your time in it. But if you don't like it, you're simply not going to like it. And no matter how your friends or whoever's playing, won't make a waddle of difference. But the beauty of Helldivers 2 and what's keeping it relevant is the community team and how they are continuing to engage with the community, keep them involved, keep them active, keep them on their toes. And when they do updates, they don't tell you. That's the best thing I love about it. Like, people randomly one day while they were playing actually saw a flame tornado that landed. And they didn't even know that that was a thing. It was only a couple days later that they announced the patch. They said, hey, here's the patch notes of stuff. We've already added this into the game server side, so you would have seen it already. And that was like the flame tornadoes that they introduced. And that shit is cool because you see it for the first time. You've got no idea it's happening. It throws a spanner in the works. It's really cool. But it's the community team that's doing a bang up job that's keeping that game alive. And that's, that's a testament to them. But he's right. You're not going to write home and say this game is bringing in 1 million players or 2 million players or all my friends are going to start playing it. No, it's got its own dedicated community, but that's enough. It can only grow from there.
Amazing games. There have been amazing movies. There have been amazing television shows over the last few years. But I think the feeling is
Fallout is selling because
the way
it's
we
£2 a game.
receive that content, and with there being such a volume of content, it's always a pick and choose situation now where it's like, hell yeah, I'm going to watch House of the Dragon at some point, but I'm not watching it week to week like I was with Game of Thrones.
Yeah, that was another one.
I don't feel that need to do it. Same with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, a game I'm really looking forward to play, but I know I can have that conversation with you at any time, and I can jump on the Reddit at any time and people will still be talking about it. It doesn't feel like it dominated the moment in the same way that the original remake even did 4 years ago.
No, that Thrones is a fascinating one. If you compare the vibes around the original run of Game of Thrones, obviously the final season, lol, it was a tire fire, but the general conversation around the rollout of that show versus the general conversation to the rollout of House of the Dragon, like that's kind of what I'm getting at. And I feel like you see that in regards to the biggest games that people talk about, or the idea of being excited about a game every couple of months. Most people, and whether it's a financial reason or the marketing reasons aren't showcasing games enough, or something's not big enough, aren't buying into a steady cadence of newer video games. I do think it's interesting. I was looking at obviously the PS5 side of things. They don't have a single exclusive or first-party game in the top 10, whereas even on the Xbox side, for as much as they get dragged for not having the game, Starfield was in the top 10.
Yeah.
And Starfield was a major reason to invest in Xbox. I get that the player pool is smaller.
Yeah.
And then if you're still sticking with Xbox, you will pick up Starfield. And it's on Game Pass, so like you might as well.
I guess that's it, right? I think there are a few interesting differences between Sony, Nintendo and Microsoft here. I think a lot of it comes down to the audience and the games they're kind of known for, because I was also shocked that there were no first-party Sony games in there, but I also kind of concede that none of their big first-party releases are on the scale of Starfield in terms of playtime. Like, people are encouraged, I think, to play Starfield for hundreds of hours.
That's true. I was thinking like Spider-Man 2, but it's not. It's not the same size game.
Even Spider-Man 2, like, you can 100% complete that game, get the platinum in 40 hours, 35 hours. Like, they're shorter games. They're still chunky games, but I can see why people will play those games once, have a great time, and then not keep coming back to them like they would a Fortnite or even a Starfield. A lot of people hate Starfield, fair enough, but the people who like that game are probably still exploring, probably still finding things, probably going through with different builds, kind of like how you play a Skyrim or a Fallout. It's like got that chunkier RPG mentality. And when you talk about Nintendo, I think that's fascinating because to me, I wonder, and I threw this question out to you before we started recording, how much their list is dominated by first-party games. I wonder how much is that down to the Nintendo Switch not being known as a place for third-party titles, or at least the best versions of those third-party titles. You know what I mean? Like,
well, I mean, the thing with the Switch is that it doesn't have Roblox. It doesn't have the Rainbow Six. It doesn't have those big, high-profile multiplayer games. It has Minecraft, which has appeared there. It has Fortnite, which has appeared there. But the other games just aren't on the platform. And if they were, they probably would have been present. But because they're not, it allows Nintendo's first-party lineup more weight. But then again, Nintendo has always been popular with their first-party lineup.
Like obviously, stuff like Minecraft is on there, but I can see why a Call of Duty, because it's literally not available on the platform, wouldn't be on there, or even Fortnite, which again is available on Nintendo Switch, but
or GTA,
or GTA, but you wouldn't want to necessarily play that version if you already own a PlayStation or an Xbox, even like a PlayStation 4. You might want to play that version of Fortnite or something.
That's a fascinating thing. So yeah, let's talk about like console exclusive stuff and why you buy a console.
They hate it because it's not on PlayStation. That's it. It's not the prettiest game to look at, and the modders will fix it. Make no mistake. The modders will fix the stuff that Bethesda couldn't be bothered to do. But it's a good game, and people are shitting on it purely because it's not on PlayStation. That's it.
Because in decades gone by, it would have been for the first-party stuff, or at least the intent on the first-party console manufacturer side would be to show off the system, under the assumption that it then gets into the top 10 of that year. If something like Spider-Man isn't breaking the top 10, that's a huge blow to the idea of either single-player games, non-multiplayer games, etc. And I wonder about that, like the whole thing about reading the tea leaves of the industry and wondering everyone talks a big game about single-player stuff, including us, and I wish there was more of it. But you look at the top 10s across the board, and they're all the live services, the multiplayers, etc. You do get them on Switch, but like you said, that's an interesting thing. If there were more GTA 5s or bigger third-party stuff available on Switch, would that just dominate the top 10? And would you lose the Marios and Zeldas, or are they stronger? Like, I think they're stronger.
Yeah.
Because it's Nintendo.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think it's interesting.
I think it's almost a kind of a false equivalency, right? Because I know publishers are going to look at this data and go, we need to make everything Fortnite. We need to make everything Roblox. We need to get people in and have them playing every single day for 10 years, 7 years, get them in that ecosystem. But I think that does overshadow just how successful single-player games have been. Yeah, they might not have been. They might not have made it into these top 10s, but like, Baldur's Gate 3 sold over 10 million copies. Yeah. Spider-Man 2 was Sony's fastest-selling first-party title. Jedi Fallen Order surpassed expectations a few years ago. Survivor sold well. We've seen these big... Dragon's Dogma 2 just sold 2.5 million copies for a niche, obtuse, open-world RPG tied to a franchise that a lot of people didn't know about. The point I'm trying to make is we're seeing all of these successes, but again, does that matter to the publishers, or are they chasing that golden goose of, obviously selling 10 million copies is good, but what if we sold 10 million copies and people were still playing the game 7 years later and buying all our microtransactions? What about that, Josh?
That's the specific nexus of the whole thing.
That's what they want, right?
Some studios will see 10 million players and be like, oh my god, 10 million players, that's awesome, what are we doing next? Another publisher will look at good 10 million for a single player game and go, oh my god, that could have been 10 million microtransactions. Why did we not do that? And then let's plug more content, let's monetize this and keep going. Tekken 8. And that's because you get people like Sven Vinke over the head of Larian saying that we don't believe in microtransactions. I think it was the same thing on the CD Projekt Red side as well. For Witcher and that kind of stuff. And it's just interesting, like that idea of like, what does the market respond to? Like, I mean, something like Helldivers 2 is a massive success. And I'll be interested to see if Newzoo does another report this time next year where the Helldivers 2 was in the top 10. And that's different in terms of monthly active users to overall revenue, but in terms of microtransactions. But that whole thing of what is the market responding to, there's always an underlying assumption that the market responds to quality, single player storytelling, big things that made impacts in previous generations. Whereas now, because the offset is 7 years, you've still got people clinging on to stuff or repeatedly playing stuff that was successful a whole generation or 2 generations ago.
There's so many interesting things here, right? And I want to throw a question over to you, because we're talking about like publishers looking.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of truth in that, because people are still playing Genshin Impact, which was released 3.5 years ago. I'm still playing daily Tower of Fantasy, which was released 2 years ago now? So there's a lot of truth in that, where if you find a game that you can go back to on a daily basis and repeatedly play, you're gonna your time investment in there will have you hooked onto it to the point where you play. I was playing Destiny. I was hooked onto Destiny for the longest time, where I would play it every single day before I finally came to my senses and realized how much of a shit game it was. But until that point, all I ever played was Destiny. And even with Genshin Impact, if you look at my a couple years ago on PlayStation, my most played game was Genshin Impact on my PS5 or my PS4, whichever one it was. It was like a year or so ago. But my most played game was Genshin Impact because that's literally all I played on my PlayStation. I didn't play anything else because I was enjoying the game so much. I was jumping on, doing my dailies. There was tons of content to do. I didn't need anything else. That game, fixed, gave me, sorted my itch for everything I needed.
At this data, but I also think, like, and I'm not the first person to say this. In fact, I saw a few people talking about it in regards to Palworld's player drop off.
97% drop.
That's it, right? But
have a good night,
I don't think, for me personally, that discourse isn't really helpful in the way we talk about games now, and we analyze their success not in terms of sales or even player satisfaction, but in terms of retention. And are you still playing that game? For me, that's very alien. Maybe it's because I'm used to older games, but like a lot of people, I saw that drop off to Palworld, and I was like, well, yeah, it's a game that came out months ago. Yeah. People have moved on to something else. Some games are like kind of finite, even if they have, open-ended structures or are survival games. People were talking about other single-player games that released last year. I think Spider-Man was one as well, talking about the player drop-offs. Why is no one still playing this game, or why are few people still playing this game? And it's like, because we played it, we finished it, and I will play Spider-Man 2 at some point, but it's not a game that's even designed for me to keep coming back to, so I do think that's a part of the, not necessarily problem, but the sort of fixation on retention and hour length and that sort of side of the industry.
I feel like I'm freaking out because I'm just thinking that applies so much to like all IP right now.
Yeah,
like how do we bloat this IP and do another 5 more of these? How do we keep it going? How do we stretch this out and over monetize it? And that general approach is the thing that has just driven so many of these the want for this stuff straight into the ground. I just, that whole thing, the thing is, like, for a healthy industry, and obviously the model of success is going to be based in maybe nostalgia or a bygone generation. It depends on the individual. Do you think the current gaming industry is healthy? Does it feel healthy? Does it feel like it's viable for really good gameplay ideas and creativity? And a lot of that comes down to the idea of, can experiences be finite? Like the generation we're comparing it to, or past generations, is that you would play through a set of games a year and they were that year's games.
Yeah.
And I do think there is a negative to that, because there was a whole thing about people don't go back through their games back in the day.
Well, that's a point, right? People back in those days didn't go back through their games because there wasn't backwards compatibility. There also wasn't forward compatibility. Like, people on Xbox right now, on the Xbox One, can play Series X games through the cloud, right? They're, on the Xbox One, if I'm not mistaken, you can play cloud games. So anyone that's got an Xbox One technically doesn't need a Series X. As long as they've got a good enough internet connection, they didn't even need to make that upgrade now, because they can just continue playing the latest generation games through the cloud. And it's a good point. Like, back in the PS2 and the Xbox One days, when you went over to the PS3 and the Xbox 360, it was a clean slate. When you went from PS3 to PS4 and Xbox 360 to the Xbox One, it was a clean slate. Most people sold their previous console to fund a new console. They sold all their games that wasn't going to work to buy new games with their new console. It was always a clean slate. But with the PS4 transition to PS5 and Xbox One to the Series X and this whole notion of backwards compatibility, that has created, a new dynamic. And it's a good thing, but it is a problem. Because it means that newer games don't get the spotlight that they need. Imagine not being able to play any of your backward compatible games, and the only games you had on the PS5 were the PS5 games only. That's it. All you had was the games that were released on PS5, and that is it. Or on the Xbox Series X. All you had were the games that were released natively on the Xbox Series X, and that is it. Those games would be in high demand. But because you don't have that requirement, and you can just go and play Master Chief Collection, and you can wait, or with Game Pass, it completely eliminates the cost anyway, it kind of goes down. That desire goes down. It would suck now because of what you're used to. But back from if you were gaming during the PS2 to PS3 switch, or the Xbox OG to the Xbox 360, it didn't suck for you back then. It only sucks now because you know better and you've experienced better. But if things were generational, like Sony originally intended, the games that are being released right now would have a lot more cadence, a lot more weight, and a lot more value to them. But you don't have that anymore because you're not restricted to one platform anymore. Exactly. So you should know better than anyone how much more valuable games were when you went from platform to platform as opposed to what we have right now.
You'll get so much more out of something replaying it. But that's different to monetizing the grind. Yes. And that's different to bloating things and stretching it out and doing another installment in something just for the sake of stretching out an IP.
Yeah, but not everyone keeps their old platforms. Like I said, the average person sells them to fund their new one. I mean, I kept my old platforms, but that's me. But the average person doesn't. They sell their old platform to fund the new one because they're done with the old, they want the new. And whatever the old has, they've got no interest in it anymore.
Absolutely.
And I want more smaller games that you actually finish. Like, it's so rare that you hear, I go, oh, that game, even now, Dragon's Dogma 2 averages like 20, 30 hours.
Yeah,
That's still 20, 30 hours.
Oh, unless you played it for 70 like me. But yeah, it certainly does.
But still, like, that idea of, like, whenever we find out that there's, like, a really good sort of 8 to 10 hour game, it's like, oh, thank God.
Yeah.
I agree with that, by the way. This statement here, I agree. I wish we got more games that were 8 to 10 hours. I'm so sick and tired of seeing games that are 20, 30, 50, 80 hours. The moment I see games with that length, it actually right now is a put-off for me. It puts me off playing them. I really miss games that were 8 to 10 hours, where you could just sit down, enjoy the story, and finish it. I just want smaller games. I know that sounds selfish, and some people might not appreciate that comment and might not actually agree with it. But I just think there is something to games that aren't padded for 70 hours with just bullshit side quests that you just don't care about, that add no value to the game and give you absolutely fuck all rewards. But you're doing them anyway because you want to complete the game because you enjoy the game. I care about 14. Don't you ever say something dirty like that again.
Actually finish it. Like, great. I mean, I'll try and hit credits on a main thread of anything, but like, if it's something that, like I said, is designed to be completely consumed in a weekend, and you have a lovely weekend with something, I don't know. To me, that's a healthier industry. But I get the publisher expectation is if they're always aiming for the Apex Legends and the Fortnites, it's never going to be enough.
Yeah, man.
No story game ever would be.
And I understand even player expectations. If they're expected to pay more money now for these games, $70 for a game, and it is quote unquote only 15 hours, I get their frustration. That might be the one game they can afford to buy all year at that price point, and you want it to be longer. You know what I mean? You don't want to pay that much money for, 8 hours of copy and pasted mission design. Suicide Squad again. So I do get that side of it as well as the publisher side of it, but I also look at the sort of lack of new releases in this top 10 list and new franchises, and we're looking at stuff like Fortnite, which was established 7 years ago, Call of Duty, which has been around forever. And I wonder how much of it is a sort of self-fulfilling prophecy, because the games that are maxing out these lists are established franchises. But at the same time, we've got publishers who are openly saying, we're not taking a risk on new IP, so that's not even coming through anyway. So if all they're willing to make is franchises, of course, that's all these lists are going to be made up of anyway. So I wonder if that's kind of like when they were saying, and I always go back to this, no one plays horror games, single-player games are dead. And it's like, yeah, they're going to be dead if you stop making them.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a good point, right? That's a good point. People aren't prepared to make new IP. because they're investing so much time in. If they make a new IP, they invest so much into that new IP, making it a 50-hour game. If it flops, it sucks. But if they make it an 8 to 10 hour game, you got the Twitter trolls out there, the social media trolls, going, lol, I'm not paying $50 for a 10-hour game. At the end of the day, it's a new IP, it needs to make a stand, but if you're not going to actually try, then you're not going to actually succeed. And this is where I like Square Enix, because they do dabble in experiments, same as Nintendo. But the one thing that I constantly see from PlayStation fanboys regarding Square Enix is that they say if it makes business sense, they should release it on the Xbox. Well, you can't build an audience for an IP if you never release the game. If I released a video today on something completely different, like Nintendo or the Commodore 64, it would get 0 views, right? Maybe 100, maybe 200 views. But if I released 20 of those videos, at some point the algorithm's going to pick it up and it will start to improve. The point is, if you want a product to succeed, you need to give it a chance. You don't have to make a $400 million game as a new IP. Make a $50 million game as a new IP. Ghost of Tsushima cost $60 million. And it is one of the best games out there to date. So, and that was a brand new IP. It just goes to show that you can make amazing games at a budget cost. And even Ghost of Tsushima was had lots of bloat in there and a little long-winded. That game could have easily been cut in half in terms of length. But do that if you need to. Make the game 15 hours long if you need to. A game like Escape from Butcher Bay, Chronicles of Riddick, really good game. It wasn't that long. I think it was 10, 11 hours, I think. Or I think it was 8 to 10 hours. But it was the perfect length. So, new IPs are risky and companies aren't prepared to do it because they're scared they're going to make the game 50 hours long and no one's going to buy it and that all that investment's going to go down the drain. But the reality is, you don't need to make it that long. You can make a smaller investment. It's a new IP. You want to get people on board. Instead of making it a £70 game, make it a £35, £40 game. Get people into the IP. And then the sequel, make it bigger. And then charge a higher price. Brick said the tough story being so light and digestible is better compared to Star Rail or Genshin's bloat. I agree and don't agree at the same time because their updates come few and far between, but I think the tough update should be a little longer. At least I would prefer the story updates to be at least twice as long as what they have now. What was the other comment? Everyone wants everything everywhere all at once. That's the instant gratification syndrome right there. Devastate says, yeah, if a new waifu game that's 30 to 50 hours releases, Chaos Lounge would be all over it. I mean, I'm all over Stellar Blade. That should tell you everything. Well, Asia has a gacha model to experiment with. They do. What I keep telling ponies. Exactly. I have Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9, Crisis Score 13, 15, Stranger of Paradise, and probably more on my Xbox. Didn't need an X because I have it on my PS2. Well, yeah. But the point I'm making is, if Square Enix wants their games to be successful on Xbox, you need to build an audience. And this notion that comes from ponies where, well, no one buys their games. Well, they don't release it in the first place. How are you supposed to grow an audience if you don't release the game? And if you release a game 2 years later, or 5 years later, or 10 years later, well, the interest in that game will have dwindled anyway. So you're not going to have that same impact, that same hype, that same desire to buy it when it first came out. Atlas learned this the hard way. And that's why Persona 5 came out to everyone same time. And guess what? They loved it. They made good profits off it. And that's why, after the mistake that was Persona 4, and they learned their mistake from Persona 5, This Persona 3 Reload was a worldwide unanimous release, and Persona 6 is going to be the same, because they've realized that if they release their games on all platforms at the same time, they make more money. It's really that simple.
You can force that narrative in a way, and I wonder how much is that. Is the publisher sort of discourse eating its own tail with stuff like this? I don't know.
Well, the thing is, like, the fact that I mean, you can argue Starfield's success is because it's Bethesda. That's obviously part of it, but that is a new IP, and that did get to number 8 in the overall most played games of the year. It was above FIFA 23 and Apex Legends. So, like, and there was that whole conversation around Starfield about, oh, games don't sell consoles, and the Phil Spencer side of things. It's the service, it's the Game Pass, it's the ecosystem. That's what people are going for, and maybe that's true. I'll always just say games sell consoles, because they literally do.
Yeah.
Like, someone bought a PlayStation 3 to play Metal Gear Solid 5. They bought an Xbox to play Starfield. Console sales spiked when Starfield came out. How hard is this, Phil? But still, that whole thing of is it enough, though? That idea of retention. Like, you get the news headlines saying that the player base has dropped off. In a healthy industry, that headline wouldn't exist. I think that it exists because of clicks. I get that. I get the business reality of that, because we have the reaction to it, and you want to click in and see what's going on. But like I said, in a healthy industry, we wouldn't even care about retention. You would be expected to finish the game in a weekend, in a week, in a month.
That's
like
true.
That's how, at least to me, it should be. But I know that I'm born in 1989, and I think that way.
I think even then, even if the games themselves have an open-ended tale, have a big end game, are always online games like something I love, like Call of Duty Warzone, I still think it's a strange way to look at it, because it's like, it's not just for me. Are people still playing? Because there are a multitude of reasons as to why they might be. You know, we talked in the Tekken 8 video about how that might just be because you bought a battle pass and you feel obliged to jump on to do your dailies, to grind that out. You want to get your money's worth. It's like, I think a better metric is, are the people who are still around enjoying themselves? Are they getting good content? Are they playing for a reason? Or are they playing because, one, that's a game that's easily accessible, and two, because they've got all of these different dopamine hooks into them, like games get into my own brain as well, that encourage them to keep coming back for more, even if the content itself isn't all that satisfying.
Well, yeah, I mean, especially with the younger audience, like it's obviously so. I mean, there was so much discourse going on as we were growing up about like how addictive video games were and whatever. But like, those potential hooks have only got more nefarious, and then now they're monetized. But yeah, something like Fortnite, Roblox, Minecraft is going to skew a lot younger than a Call of Duty or a GTA. And then you have that audience that is pre-built to just to expect, well, I can get a few years out of this game. In the case of Minecraft, that's 14 years old now.
I think Minecraft and Fortnite are really interesting case studies, because we look at those games as being as old as they are, and I wonder how much of their player base have aged out of it. Not saying that those games are exclusively for younger people. You know, I still jump into Fortnite from time to time. Got a lot of friends who play Minecraft, but you know, I imagine a lot of players who jump into those games, like Minecraft or Fortnite, might be someone's first ever game.
Yeah.
You know, Fortnite especially. Fortnite's free. You get a game console. You get a phone. You can play a Fortnite. You can. That's again, it's an access thing. All of your friends at school could be playing Fortnite. But if that's your first game, it's like, why would I buy something else? This has got me almost for life. We're going to have all of these new updates. We're going to have this cross-media approach where, why would I want to go and buy Spider-Man for $70 when I can play Spider-Man in Fortnite?
Yeah.
You've got Dragon Ball Z characters in there. You've got John Wick in there. Why would I ever want to leave this ecosystem, especially because everyone else is playing it, and they keep giving me reasons to log back in, and that's all I've ever known as well, because it's been my first ever video game. And is this not just the norm? Well, I mean, I'm supposed to keep playing this?
I don't think that that'll change. I think the people who are in those bubbles or in those ecosystems aren't going to be leaving them. Like in terms of the player numbers, like I'm not suddenly going to get back into Fortnite like after that initial bubble blew up. Like, it retained the people that it retained. The people who are in are loving the fact that they're in. To me, the thing that'll have to change, depending on whether as an industry, as an art form, we even care about shorter games, story-based games, whatever, stuff that isn't live service and multiplayer, is the publisher expectation. It'll have to be, this game doesn't need to sell hundreds of millions of copies. They set a designated sales figure, and that's okay.
Yes.
And it's okay that it's not in the top 10. But I get what Phil Spencer was talking about, how about he has shareholders to please, and he doesn't have the luxury of not thinking that way. Like, at a certain echelon of production, I get the Western capitalistic side as well. Not in favor of it. I just want quality stuff. But I get the wider machinations of it that keep leading to this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the takeaway.
But that's it, right? At the end of the day, shareholders dictate everything, and they want all the big bucks. They want instant return. They want mega revenue for their investment, and if they don't get it, they get very upset, and that's a big, big problem. Woodpit, it was marketed well, and hopefully we'll see more marketing for it. Diablo, I agree. And Devastator, we were discussing this at the start of the stream, but yes, a good TV show that respects the actual games will encourage people to play the games. Like myself, I went and bought Fallout 3 Vegas and 4 and 76, and I'm going to enjoy them.
Point, if you have watched this long, thank you very much.
Big fan of you, to be honest.
The point is not we should only have single-player games or 8-hour games or we should have no live service games. The point is we need an industry where all of these things can exist together and we're not just chasing one model, like you said, where publishers can set expectations and be happy that they sold 20 million copies of a Harry Potter game or 10 million copies of Baldur's Gate 3 and not view those sales as missed opportunities for even more money, because you can have your live services, you can have your single-player games, and surely you're making enough money.
Well, the amount of money that's doing the rounds at the minute is only between all the live service multiplayer stuff, but the likes of Sven Vincke talking about Baldur's Gate 3 and being happy about it, he's like one of the only CEOs who's actually happy about the fact they didn't break into the top 10.
Dude, bloody Assassin's Creed Valhalla made $1 billion. How can you not be happy with that, man? Come on.
That was a good video. Or a good cut of what looks like it was their stream. I think that was overall really good, and they made lots of good points there, lots of valid points that I think are extremely on point. What we're missing as an industry today is a lot of 8 to 10 hour games. Everything right now is so bloated, it doesn't need to be. If I see a game that's 100 hours long, it goes on to my back burner for when I actually have time to sit down and play it, because I know every quest is going to take forever to do. Every quest is going to take 4 or 5 hours to get through. And it's frustrating. It really is. Gem Solace, Final Fantasy XIV, started playing late March. Haven't played anything else since. It can do that. The story is phenomenal. Although Stormblood for me was a weaker story because they split the story into two with the Alamahegans and the Empire. I think that was a mistake, but I think the Empire storyline, I think it was the Empire storyline, that one was a lot better than the Alamahegans. But if you're still playing through the storyline, you're in for a treat towards the end. Final Fantasy XIV Brain Rot has consumed me, and it's a good thing it has. Devastator says, I've been playing 76, wish it had crossplay. Well, if you're playing it on PC, and I know a lot of people don't know this, but if you're playing it on PC, your character between Game Pass PC and Steam is interchangeable. If you go to your Bethesda.net account and link your Steam account and your Xbox account, when you log into your character through Steam or Game Pass PC, you can actually continue your account. The only things that don't transfer is your atoms and your Fallout First, but everything else does. So if you buy a bunch of items from, say, the Xbox version, the PC Game Pass version, they will appear on your Steam version once it's already been purchased. So anything purchased is cross-account. Now, the player bases obviously is not mixing. They are separate. But if you've got friends that play the PC Steam version and other friends that play the Game Pass version, you can get both versions and play with both of the player bases. And it won't screw up anything. Now, console does not work the same way. Even if you link the accounts, if you try to play the game on Xbox, it will start a fresh account. But if you're playing on PC, whether it's on PC Game Pass or on Steam, your created character will work across both. So you can start on PC Game Pass, load up the Steam version, and your character's there ready to go. So if you didn't know that, now you do. Because that's why I've decided to purchase it on Steam as well. So I can play it with people that have Steam. Season 2 Fallout has been announced. I saw that. You sent me the tweet. I'll make a video on that tomorrow. I got funny looks from work when I say I play Fortnite compared to their kids, but I know I didn't spend a ton of money on skins as wasn't gonna be bully at school for not having them. I mean, yeah, there is that. I like these guys. I mean, they were good. It was a nice conversation. That's the type of back and forth I'm trying to create on my channel. I'm trying to have that kind of co-host that I can do that with, where we can have these back and forth, and I think it'll be a lot more entertaining for you guys as well. But it's something I'm going to look into once I've moved and I've got a bigger space to actually do stuff. I'm hyped for Dawn Trail and getting to play an expansion at release. You've got a long way to go, man. You've got Stormblood. You've got what's the one after Stormblood? Is it Endwalker? No. There's another one. You got Shadowbringers and then Endwalker. So you got a bit to go. 7 Rebirth is proof that Square can have really bad business sense. Yep. I love fantasy and Mongolian stuff that I just finished. I'm going to say goodnight and I'll leave you there, guys. Have a good night, Quackers. If Final Fantasy 13 2 and Lightning Returns were 120 plus hours, I wouldn't have enjoyed them as much. 100% agree. And that's unfortunate, Devastator, that you have them on 76 on Xbox. That is sad times. But it is on sale right now. Well, if you've got the Xbox version, you should be able to play it on PC Game Pass, so you could always start. But folks, that is going to be it for tonight. We've gone on for way longer than I actually anticipated, from not having anything to talk about to having quite a lot to get through. So thanks so much for hanging out tonight. It's been amazing. I've had a great time. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. And if I'm about tomorrow, it's going to be another gameplay stream unless there's, anything big to talk about. I am going to have a video out tomorrow during the midday for me. So in about 12 to 14 hours from now. So I hope you enjoy that as well. Don't forget to check it out. And if you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button, hit that bell to stay up to date with all content I release. And of course, I will see you tomorrow, hopefully with another gameplay stream. Whether we play and try and finish Final Fantasy 16 or play a bit more Fallout 3, we'll see. I do want to finish 16, but we'll see how it goes. But yeah, Devastator, I really liked that Hot Takes video. That was good. That was really good. More of those, please. More of those and less of the Harmon. That was a really, really good video. I like that. All right, folks, that's it. Have a good night, and I'll see you next time. Remain legend. And don't forget to subscribe. Subscribe, folks. Subscribe. Do it. Do it. Do it. All right, I'm out.